this meeting of the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services, meeting of November 25th, 2020 to order. This meeting will be convened by electronic means as authorized under the order of the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of British Columbia, Emergency Program Act, updated Ministerial Order number M192. As such, council members are participating by phone, and as chair of this meeting, I am also participating by phone. Please note, if my connection is lost during any point in this meeting, we will recess this meeting until my connection is restored. If council loses connection during the voting process, we have staff on hand to facilitate getting you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to council. Council is also reminded that we need to ensure that there is quorum during the meeting, so please make sure your video is on as long as you can. The live stream of this meeting will now have both audio and video of council members speaking, presentations, and amendments, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Stewart.
Present.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Chair DiGenova is in the chair. Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
And Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Present.
Chair DiGenova, the meeting has quorum.
Thanks very much. So council, I'd like to go over the plan for the day. Speakers should follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items will be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on @VanCityClerk. And council, before I go on, I'm just going to note to the clerk that I'm having a little bit of feedback, and I just want to make sure that the clerk as well as council can hear me.
I can hear you, Swanson.
Thanks very much, Councillor Swanson. Just wanted to check. I think we were having the same kind of glitch yesterday, just some feedback on the line.
And it is the clerk here, Chair DiGenova. There's no feedback in the chamber, but we will be having IT work to try to better the situation for yourself.
Maybe it's just the chair's login. I know Mayor Stewart experienced it yesterday. We have 6 items.
I still got it. I still have
Oh,
the
no.
same feedback too.
All right, I thought maybe it had to do with the chair, but thanks so much for letting me know. It's not just me. We have 6 items of business, council, on today's agenda, 3 reports and 3 members' motions. We will begin with consent items that have no speakers. We will recess for lunch at noon, followed by in-camera at 1 p.m., and then we will reconvene the standing committee at 3:30 p.m. A reminder that when presentations are being streamed, the public live feed has a slight delay. Consent items. As chair for the meeting, I'm suggesting for reports that have no speakers, no presentations, or consideration items, or consideration items that we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. There are no speakers currently for items 1, 2, and 3. Does any member wish to hold these items for debate? Questions to staff? Just take a look at my panel here.
Point of privilege, Councillor DiGenova. I am on the list to hold an item, but I'm registered as you.
Oh, my apologies there. There we go. I'll ask the clerk if perhaps the clerk can speak with IT about fixing that.
And I would like to hold item 3
Okay. So
on the
that
empty
is
homes
not me.
tax.
That is Mayor Stewart holding item 3. Okay. And going once, going twice. I don't see anyone else on the list right now.
Move to put the rest on consent?
Thank you very much, Councillor Hardwick. So that would mean item 1 and item 2, which would be, just let me check with the clerk. Yes, item 1 and item 2 would move on consent, which is Cole Harbour School, Childcare and Affordable Housing Project, and Annual Financial Authorities 2021. And I'm just going to call yays and nays to start. All in favor of moving these forward on the, oh, I'm sorry. Does any member wish to hold any of these items for debate, questions to staff, or conflict of interest? So I will ask that. Does anyone want to declare a conflict of interest? Seeing no one on the queue, thank you, Councillor Hardwick, for moving that. All in favor, please say yay.
Yay.
Hey,
Any opposed, please say nay. Okay. Hearing none, the following has been approved on consent. Cole Harbour School, Childcare and Affordable Housing Project, and Annual Financial Authorities 2021. All right, Council, we will now consider the reports with presentations, speakers, or those that were held for debate, which is item number 3. Before we begin, I'd like to remind the speakers that are listening, that are preparing for later, that they have 5 minutes to make their comments, and they should state whether they're in support or in opposition of the recommendations, and they may speak once. So I'm just going to remind everyone of that. And then also, I just wanted to note, following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, as a pilot that we've been going through here, we will go over the speakers list again. So if you missed your turn, at the end of the speakers list, we'll call through that list again. The first item today is Cole Harbour School, Childcare and Affordable Housing Project. Staff from Real Estate and Facility my apologies. Actually, no, Council, we passed that item on consent. My understanding is item 3 has been held, which is report back on empty homes tax 2021 tax rate increase. Staff from Financial Planning and Analysis are on the line to answer questions. Is there a presentation by any chance, Mr. City Manager?
Hi, thanks. We haven't prepared a presentation at this point. We're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, no worries. Just noted that last time round, I think I skipped over a presentation. Want to make sure I didn't do that again. Mayor Stewart.
yes, I don't see anybody else on the list. And so I would just like to move the report, but move it with a strike and replace language that I have circulated to council, which essentially is to increase the vacancy tax rate to 3% beginning this year. And so I have circulated that to staff, and perhaps they can pull it up on the, so move the report with this language. I guess
Okay,
I'll be looking
so
for a
you're
seconder.
moving amended. Oh, you don't need a seconder. We're in committee.
You are right.
Thank you. All right. Council, because this is the recommendations moved with a strike and replace, we're not moving to an amendment queue. So if anyone would like to speak to this, please add yourself to the queue. Just wanted to give everyone a chance. Mayor Stewart, is there anything more on that?
Sure. I will be circulating at council this morning information that we've just got hot off the presses from the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation that shows a dramatic increase in vacant condos that have moved over now to be filled. This aligns with our own data that was circulated in these reports, is that the empty homes tax or the vacancy tax is having the desired effect of moving what were condos that were being essentially held vacant, used as and commodified, have now been moving on to the market. The CMHC were so excited about these data that they sent them to us early. Their official release isn't until tomorrow, but we will be sending council this package showing that in combination, our Airbnb measures, as well as the empty homes tax, have proved a successful policy, and it's in my view, it is worth. There still is a lot of work to do, however, and so increasing the tax to 3% should have the impact of accelerating moving these condos back into the rental market, or in some cases, people will sell them to folks that will actually live in them. So again. Congratulations to staff for making this policy work, and I think Vancouverites and Canadians at large will show that this is working. So, I know we did vote to increase the tax incrementally last year, or earlier this year. But I do feel now moving to 3% is the right thing to do, and I'm hoping that council will support me on this. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. I see a number of other councillors on the queue. Councillor Fry. To the motion, moved by Mayor Stewart.
Yes, I'm happy to support this. I was supportive of the original intent when the mayor had campaigned on this originally. I do note some of the staff concerns around what this might mean for more people going underground. So I do think that in tandem with this, I hope that we see some even more robust enforcement on things like short-term rentals, and specifically folks who may or may not be intending to defraud our systems and falsely declare that they are occupied when in fact they're vacant. I think one thing we've learned through this pandemic and has become acutely clear that vacancy rates and things of that nature and the housing crisis are directly tied to a lot of the sort of speculation that has now started to kind of unravel in our city and global cities around the world. So I think that this is a step in the right direction. I do just want to note that I hope to see some robust follow-up in the ancillary programs like short-term rental enforcement and indeed improving the enforcement on empty homes. Obviously, as we contemplate our budget, the empty homes revenue is a significant tool that is actually affecting some of our most, improving lives for some of our most vulnerable in the city. So I think it is an important revenue tool, and I support this amendment. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm also happy to support this amendment. I think it's clear, as the mayor spoke to, that this tool has been effective in meeting its primary purpose, which is to bring housing back into the long-term rental market. We've seen that work for a significant chunk of empty homes, but there are still many empty homes left, and so I support increasing the tax to see what more of those existing empty homes across the city this can nudge back into the market. Having seen that there are still some for whom I gather the tax at the existing rate is not enough of an incentive to rent it out. I think raising it is an important tool in continuing to shift those units back onto the long-term market, which is, as we know, the primary purpose of this, of the empty homes tax. And as Councillor Fry spoke to, the revenues have done an incredible amount of good for folks across the city who are without housing, and so that too is valuable. But I think it's worth highlighting that central goal of bringing more housing into rental and the value that this could have in meeting that goal. So happy to support it, and thanks to the mayor for doing the work to bring this forward.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Hardwick.
So glad to hear that the CMHC numbers are out early, and I'd love to get a look at them. As predicted, vacancy rates have shifted significantly. It would be a combination of the cumulative effect of the empty homes tax, the decline of Airbnb and short-term rental related to tourism, and the foreign student withdrawal. In combination, this is showing us that there is a lot of capacity on the market already built that can be returned to market rental availability in the city. So it begs the question about the housing emergency. I will agree that we have an affordability crisis in housing, but I hope that we'll take this not just as an opportunity to increase the vacancy tax, which I support, but to revisit the numbers in the Housing Vancouver strategy and press pause on promoting development until we know where we really sit on this stuff. I feel like a bit of a stuck record on this subject. We need to know where we are, but I am encouraged that these varying changes, including the empty homes tax, the decline of Airbnb and foreign students in combination, are returning significant numbers back to rental capacity for local renters. So I will support, but I want to make it really clear that we need to revisit this whole subject instead of putting just a broad swath on housing emergency, to be more specific about what our needs really are. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Trying to adjust my headset here, trying to get rid of this feedback. Councillor Swanson.
Yes, I will gladly support this. I'm glad the mayor is doing it this year. I tried to do it last year, but I couldn't get the votes for it. Shifting homes onto the market is one result of this tax, but another one is that we get money for non-market housing. And I think if people are rich enough to own an empty house, they're rich enough to help provide for people who don't have housing. And we desperately need more money for nonprofit housing, and this is one way to get it. So I'm happy to support. That's all.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair, and I too will be supporting this, and thank the Mayor for bringing it forward. It's bold, and I think it's needed. You know, back when we first started looking at the empty homes, there was a lot of work being done. Andy Young was one of them, who's with Simon Fraser, but the result was that a lot of people were concerned around, and it was community people too, who were saying, look, I know these houses are empty on my block. I can see, you know, the flyers in the papers piling up. I see no one coming and going. Maybe lights turn on every so often and turn off, but that could be on automatic. And we knew there was a big problem in the city. And I do want to say that in the previous term, the beginning of the last term that I was elected to, I actually raised an amendment to just look into the role of money being used for speculative purposes within Vancouver. No one voted for that but me. So I'm hopeful that this council is very much in the whole supportive, and I'm hearing the language from those who are speaking that you are, in recognizing that we have a real role to play and a leadership role amongst other cities in and now that's spilled over into even provincial government regulations on this, but really recognizing that there has been a lot of money that's being pumped into not just our city, but other cities for speculation. We are a safe place to invest. The problem has been empty homes. The problem has been the escalation of land values, which has made our housing so much less affordable for the people who live and work here. So I think tackling this problem head on has been, I think, one of the boldest and best moves of the city around housing and affordability. And moving that speculation tax up will do one of two things. One will be returning the empty homes to lived-in homes, which is awesome. The second, if they aren't lived in, then it's providing the money, as Councillor Swanson said, that we can use to actually to build and to ensure that we get the affordable homes that people need in this city. So either way, we win, and I'm, as I say, happy to support this.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. I wonder if I might ask a point of information through you to staff.
Go ahead and ask it, and then we'll figure out if it's appropriate. That's usually the
Yeah.
way that chairs have been.
Great. And also my clock seems to be partway through. Maybe it could be reset. That's great.
I'm not
It
sure
is.
why that is.
So I have a question for staff. And when staff prepared this report, I assumed working with best available information at the time. And I'm wondering if staff, I haven't, and I haven't seen it. I wonder if staff have had a chance to review the CMHC data that the mayor has referred to.
Mr. Johnston, do you want to answer that, or do you have staff?
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry, I can answer. It's Patrice here. And yes, I think our housing staff are aware of that.
Okay, and did that factor into consideration for this report?
Yes, and do you want to, maybe Dan or Sarah, do you want to speak to that? You were the ones who reviewed it.
Yes, this is Sarah Ellis from Housing Policy. Is based on information from the 2019 rental market report. Staff included this data in our annual report for this year, as well as reporting to council earlier this year, indicating the effectiveness of the empty homes tax in converting long-term rented condos into the long-term rental pool.
Okay, so staff have considered the report, but still felt that it was prudent to make a recommendation that the increase of as planned for 1.25% for this year remain pending further monitoring. Is that right?
Yes, I can respond to that. It's Patrice. Yes, you know, the original motion from last year was that we look at the impact of increasing the rate, and because we don't have the full, we haven't started our audit process yet, we really can't answer that question, and so we really don't have the data to be able to recommend we move forward, because we didn't achieve all of we didn't meet the requirements of having data with which to advise council.
Okay, so just to follow up to that, so from staff's perspective, is further analysis to be done? Because I know you stated in the report, for example, that tax experts from Ernst & Young cautioned that an increase in the tax rate beyond 1% might have unintended consequences on both administration effectiveness on the EHT and future revenue. So is that the analysis that you're referring to make sure there aren't unintended consequences?
Yes, that's correct. An increase to the EHT, I think what we mentioned is that the speculation tax of the province, when we put this in, that wasn't in place yet. It was at 0.5%. It's moved to 2%. And then we have our tax, so our increase. So, you know, for us to recommend it would be to look at it and say, is that causing any additional issues with compliance? So you get to the point where the rate is higher than the property transfer tax, so people may decide to move it, transfer a property instead, or look to change it to commercial. We don't know that that's going to happen. We don't have any data, so it's just a caution that the expert indicated to us. And so, but you know, I think our message is just that we don't have the data to be able to.
So what I hear is that you're advocating analysis and sort of evidence-based decision before making significant change.
That was our recommendation last year as well.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now. That's really helpful.
Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just have a question, a point of information as well. Councillor Kirby-Yung asked one of them, but the other is around, we've done some work over the last few years on our appeal process. I'm just curious if staff can comment on how that work is going, and do we feel comfortable with any adjustments there that could ensure that, based on Ms. Impey's feedback to Councillor Kirby-Young's question, that those unintended consequences and administrative challenges are not going to be further compounded by such an increase. That, in principle, I actually am supportive of. Just want to clarify.
So is that a point of information?
That's right.
Okay. Ms. Impey, can you?
Yeah, I'm wondering, Dan, are you able to answer that question?
Sorry, I apologize. Could you reframe the question, please? Or just repeat?
Oh, sure. It's just actually seeking further clarification on our process and our internal process in addressing some of the criticism against our appeal process. And how we've made improvements to that process.
Right.
Yeah, actually,
this is more of
that's
a Julia
Julia.
answer here in administering the tax.
Hi, it's Julia Aspinall here, Director of Financial Services. So I could answer that question. At 1%, we have been monitoring in terms of the implications from a compliance perspective and the effectiveness of the tax. So coming back from just the data that we've been seeing from the CMHC report that the mayor had referred to, and all the other data points to that the 1% is effective. And when we look at our compliance in terms of our compliance rates, it seems to be in line with how we are monitoring and the effectiveness of it. Where we're not sure right now is that we did increase the tax by 0.25% for last tax year, and we don't have data to evaluate that last tax increase, what are the implications or unintended consequences coming out from it. But there are many data points that we are actually monitoring and looking out for.
Okay. Okay. I'm not really sure if that answered my question per se. So maybe I can just ask one quick follow-up in terms of.
Can I jump in?
Please.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? I think you were asking about.
I'm fine with it. So I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm fine with it. It's really choppy and I can't hear what the
audit
Mr. Johnston?
made
we
considerable changes to those.
Mr. City Manager?
Oh, I see. Okay, I'll change
you.
devices. Thank you.
So
I'll change
sorry.
devices.
I think a number of us couldn't hear you.
Thank you.
So I've stopped Councillor Bly's time until you're ready to answer. Are you, Mr. Johnston? Maybe take a moment.
Please proceed. I'm going to change devices.
I can go off the queue, Chair, and perhaps come back on when Mr. Johnston's got a better connection.
Okay, that's what I was going to recommend. Thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have a point of information. Is the city manager back on the line?
I think he was going to take a moment, so
okay.
let's just
I can wait.
see if he's on the line. I'm just going to propose that actually Councillor Dominato.
Is this any better?
That is much better. Yes. Thank you. So there we go. I will start the time again. Councillor Dominato, go ahead, and Councillor Bly is on the queue later for questions.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. And just I wanted to follow up on, I think it was Ms. Zimpe's comment about the provincial speculation tax. And can you just confirm for me that we have properties within the city would be subject to the provincial tax as well as our own empty homes tax?
Yes, the criteria are not 100% completely aligned. These have two different purposes, but there would be some that would be subject to both taxes.
Okay, thank you. And what I heard was that that to date the empty homes tax with the 1% rate appears to be performing. It's in terms of fulfilling the policy objectives of the empty homes tax. Did I hear correctly that we've had strong compliance to date with these measures?
The compliance numbers are in the report, the number of audits, and I'm just going to pull that up here unless someone has that very handy. Here we go. Okay, I've got it here. Yeah, in the annual report, which did just go out publicly yesterday, I believe, it does outline our audit effectiveness. So for the 2018 period to November 1, there was a 5% non-compliance rate. In 2019, a 10.5% non-compliance rate, and in 2020, a 7.8%. So it's ranged between 5 and 10% non-compliance.
Okay, thank you. And then just with respect to, I think maybe Councillor Bly was trying to get at this, is that we did have some changes made with respect to appeals and complaints. And I guess I'm trying to get at is there have been some unintended consequences, is that we've levied taxes in when in fact homes were occupied, and so homeowners have faced sort of significant costs. And so we remedied that a little bit in the last year, correct?
Yes. Okay, I understand. Yes. And earlier this year, council passed a bylaw change so that 2017 and 2018, which were the first 2 years of the tax, we've now allowed those who did not declare to declare. And so if they were occupied and they just missed the tax because it was new, we've given them that opportunity. And then we also extended the date for people to review their declaration. If they missed a declaration, then we've given more time before we assess the tax. So those are a couple of the changes that council approved earlier in the year to sort of mitigate that issue of the unintended consequences. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I think my last question, a bit multi-pronged, but with respect to there was the reference to the potential for an increase in the tax rate, potential for non-compliance. Do we have a sense from other jurisdictions? Because what I read in the report is that we really don't have data to even ascertain the impact of the incremental increase that was done over this last year. But do we have any indication from other jurisdictions where they have had a similar empty homes tax implemented? I recognize we were kind of leading in this, but others have adopted, I think, similar measures. Whether having a much higher tax rate has actually supported the broader policy outcome of returning homes to the market? So I'm looking at
I
this
don't
more
think
from
that we have much data from other cities. I don't know if one of the others on the call have want to add to that, but we haven't. We've really okay. I think Sarah's going to answer that question. Sarah Ellis, go ahead.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Sarah again from Housing Policy. So in the initial work to bring forward the empty homes tax to council in 2016, staff did do a jurisdictional scan of other cities and jurisdictions with similar approaches to taxing empty homes. There are a wide variety of rates, and so we weren't able to establish a specific relationship between the tax rate and the level of compliance. And as you mentioned, Vancouver is very much a sort of front runner in terms of establishing a tax like this, so a lot of the data that we use is our own data.
Thanks. And that's your time, Councillor
Yes,
Dominato.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Mayor Stewart, were you going to close on your motion? Because Councillor Bly, I think, is on as well, just to let you know.
I don't.
Your choice to speak now.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak now, just to clarify a couple of things. So I think staff is right that this 2019 data were available to them, but what wasn't is the CMHC analysis that has just been sent to you. And the reason it wasn't because it actually doesn't officially get released until tomorrow. However, I am going to read you a paragraph that's really worth noting. The headline, the subhead in the report says, conversions of condominiums from other uses to long-term rental were strongest in the city of Vancouver, and that's in comparison with the rest of Metro. Of the 8,824 units, which is a huge number, converted to long-term rental in the Vancouver CMHA just in 2019, an estimated 5,000 of these were located in the city of Vancouver. That's almost 60%. Where by comparison, the city of Vancouver is home to only 37% of the region's condominium housing, suggesting the factors influencing the observed change in market participation were strongest in this municipality. And this important increase follows 3 consecutive years where the existing condominium universe recorded losses of long-term rental units. So this is really important analysis that's coming through from CMHC based on the 2019 data. And again, staff would have had some of the raw data, but not this analysis by CMHC analysts. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of council. The second thing is I misspoke in earlier. Of course, this increase is for the 2021 year, not for this year. So this would be in for 2021. And that's it for me. So I hope everybody supports this. Thanks.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I appreciate Councillor Dominato honed in on my questions, so that was answered. So I'll just make a couple of comments. One that, and I agree with Councillor Carr in the sense that it returns homes. We see that, and if not, we are able to raise funds that are extremely important for on-market housing. So all that to be said, I think that a different angle that I would take when considering this, especially with the jump to 3%, is that we're likely to see, and I've heard from many people who have, the condos from, what the mayor had just mentioned in the CMHC report, that they are being returned to long-term rental. And there are some tensions between landlords and tenants, and I fully support tenants' rights, but we know that relationship is becoming more complicated. So I guess all that to say is I think that this is actually going to encourage more condo. This is going to be interesting to see whether or not this creates more supply of condos being returned to the real estate market for sale, which to me, following that thread, further qualifies the importance for purpose-built rental. Because purpose-built rental, in my view, is the most secure rental for renters in the city. And so I just want to sort of take that through a different door, because I'm hearing from people every day that are choosing to either have their condo sit empty because they are challenged by some of the dynamics related to tenants' rights. And again, I fully support those, but the interpretation of tenants' rights that is important in policy is showing up differently in situations. So I think it's just a consideration that purpose-built rental is the best way forward when it comes to providing stable rental options for people who cannot afford to purchase in the city of Vancouver. So I'll leave that there. I'm supportive and appreciate the mayor bringing this forward. That's it.
Perfectly timed, Councillor Bly. And I don't see any other council members on the queue. I just want to remind council that we went straight into a motion. So a lot of that was points of information, council. So without seeing anyone else on the queue, we are going to vote. Please vote on screen. And this is to the amended recommendations. And just a moment, council, I've just got to record my own vote here. Actually, can I ask the clerk for, let me just see, I'm trying to bring up my panel. All right. And council, that passes with 3 in opposition. In opposition, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Kirby-Yung, and myself. All right, and now we are on to referred items. Just one moment, council, just making sure that I have the most up-to-date information here. Okay, so we have 3 members' motions that were referred from the council meeting on November 24th, 2020 to today's Standing Committee on City Finance and Services in order to hear from speakers. Before we begin, I'd again like to remind speakers that they have 5 minutes to make their comments. They should state whether they are in support or opposition of the motion, and they may only speak once. Council members have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, as a pilot for the next few months, we will go over the speakers list of who were not present earlier and give them an opportunity to speak. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver. If it's not noted on the speakers list, which I understand we have a column where it is, and after hearing from speakers, we will go into discussion on the motion. I'd like to remind committee members that their amendments must be submitted to the clerk in final written form before the member introduces them. Please ensure the clerk has received your amendment before it is your turn to speak, if possible. Council, we have speakers who will be providing comments to council by phone, and staff will assist in patching the speakers through when their turn comes up. Our first referred motion is petition for the removal of the Alma Street building line, which was moved and introduced yesterday by Councillor Bly and seconded by Councillor Hardwick. We will hear from speakers on this motion, and if you'll just give me one moment, I'm just going to check with the clerk to make sure that for efficiency, I know exactly which speakers we have currently on the line. Okay, so we currently have speaker 1 on the line.
Chair, can I ask for a point of privilege first before we begin? I just wanted to let the clerk and council know that last night I kind of injured my eye, so I'm finding it difficult to keep it open for for long periods of time. So you may find me drift off my video just so I can rest my eye through the this long day ahead of us. So just wanted to let you know ahead of time that my video goes off. It's just because I'm icing my eye. So
okay.
Thanks.
All right. Well, well wishes. I think I can offer those on behalf of council. And if you need any further assistance, Mayor Stewart, please let us know. Thank you for sharing that. I will now move on to the first speaker, which is Carl Erdman. Do we have Carl Erdman on the phone?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
And I'm going to start your timer. But before I do, it does not say if you're a resident of Vancouver. Would you mind sharing with council? Are you a resident of Vancouver?
Yes, that's actually the second line of my speech. I live at 3701 West 1st Avenue in Vancouver. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to start your timer now. You have 5 minutes. You may have questions after.
Okay. Hello, my name is Carl Erdman, and I am speaking in favor of this motion. I live at 3701 West 1st Avenue, along with my wife, Julia, and one of the 7 houses harmed by this obsolete building line. I am 75 years old, retired, and I used to be a surveyor. This issue concerns 7 houses, all on corner lots, on the west side of Alma Street, from 4th Avenue north to Point Grey Road, 4 blocks in all. Most of us petitioners bought, thinking we were getting regular 40-foot wide lots. Only later did we discover that a 7-foot building line existed that no one had told us about. This line reduces the building width from 32 feet that would normally be allowed down to just 25 feet. Because the side yard now has to be measured from the edge of the building line instead of from the edge of the property line, this increases the side yard from 4 feet to 11 feet. This is harmful because the existing houses become non-conforming and thus frozen from additions and renovations. Nobody else in Vancouver requires an 11-foot wide side yard except us. If you were to impose an 11-foot side yard on all of Vancouver, you would have to tear down most of the houses in the city. Research at the archives has revealed that this building line was established in 1928, but it was not enforced north of 4th Avenue. This lack of enforcement was a mistake that led, by the year 1958, to all the 7 lots in question becoming filled with houses with 4-foot wide side yards. In the 1960s and 1980s, there were also some major renovations made to some of these corner houses, approved with permits, but with no mention of a building line. However, in 2017, we find the city enforcing this building line for the first time ever north of 4th. This was another mistake because, by finally enforcing it then, after 89 years, it was in effect imposing 11-foot wide side yards on the same houses that were approved decades earlier with 4-foot wide side yards. This is a conundrum that can only be fixed by removing this building line. The 1928 building line was used to widen Alma Street south of 4th decades ago. It became a busy commercial street with stores and apartments. But north of 4th is different, a quiet, exclusively residential area where the 66-foot width is more than adequate. It has parking and sidewalks on both sides, and that still leaves enough room for 2 trucks to pass each other in the middle. There is no need at all for the 7-foot building line on this north of 4th section. And because of the corner lots having all been used up already with houses with 4-foot wide side yards, Elma Street north of 4th cannot be widened anyway because those houses are in the way. The attempt to impose a 7-foot wide building line on houses that were built without it leads to some impossible situations. Most of these existing houses have a 4-foot wide side yard. They will need every inch of that for their own use. You cannot possibly widen the street or use any of the 6 other purposes of building lines that were mentioned in the preamble unless the city acquires the 7 feet from the owners. And that won't happen unless the owners each agree to initiate a rezoning. This is something that might never happen, or it may take years to happen. Why should the owners have to put up with 11-foot wide side yards and reduce building width for all that time? It might be helpful here to look up diagrams which should be on file. The first diagram explains why this is not a typical building line, and the second it shows how crippling the 11-foot side yard requirement is. It might also be helpful to look up a copy of our original petition. Shouldn't the fact that it was signed unanimously by every owner carry some weight? Anyway, to sum up, I have 3 main points. Number 1, Elma Street does not need widening. Number 2, it actually cannot be widened because there are houses in the way and because we own this 7 feet, not the city. Number 3, keeping this unnecessary line in place imposes unfair and crippling restrictions on present owners. I understand that the goal these days is to increase density and development, but keeping this building line only works to reduce that. So I support this motion to review this building line, but I would also support any amendment to reduce the time frame for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you do have questions from Councillor Hardwick and Councillor Bly. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead. Speaker.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation. If we were to get rid of this anachronistic building line, what would this make possible for the owners of the 7 houses that are affected?
Yes, well, if you remove this building line, then automatically the 11-foot side yard disappears, and it goes down to a 4-foot side yard again, like the rest of the city has. So that's the big advantage. And also, of course, you wouldn't have that narrow 25-foot width yet. See, you have to build a narrow house now with that line in place. You have to have 11-foot side yard, but if you got rid of that, you could have a 32-foot wide house instead of a 25-foot wide house, which would be much better for everybody. You get
so
a better
are you
backyard.
Suggesting then that existing houses be demolished and replaced by other single-family dwellings? Are you suggesting that there would be renovations with additions? Are you suggesting that there would be laneway or other forms of infill housing? Could you elaborate?
Well, I think that's a sort of individual thing that, the houses, some of them might become demolished in a few years, but some might stay for 100 years, So every house is different. Every situation is unique. So you can't really speculate what exactly might happen.
But what I'm getting at, sir, is, the notion of gentle density. And one of the big pushes, of course, of this council is to ensure greater density even on single-family lots. We've talked about intergenerational tenure, for example. So while I take your point about the 7 lots being dealt with individually, what I'm trying to get a sense of is whether increasing density is part of the motivation here.
Well, in a little bit, because without if you keep the building line in place, you can only build a narrow house with a small backyard, so you can't really have much of a lane house. So the advantage is, okay, if we get rid of the building line, you could certainly then have a lane house, if nothing else, plus a basement suite, gives you more. But eventually, of course, there might be some kind of rezoning to townhouses or something that could be years down the road. And of course, that would also be better without that 7 feet naturally, because any kind of development, you're going to have more and better development on 40 feet than you would have on 33 feet. So that's why this line just, reduces development everywhere. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks. You now have questions from Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly, questions to the Speaker. Oh, I'm not sure why your timer is not been reset. Councillor Bly, go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Erdman, for being here. Could you just share a little bit more about the process that you've undertaken so far, you and the other petitioners, with staff that have us at this point?
Yes, well, we handed in this petition about a year and a half ago, but most of the time the councillors, they looked at it and they referred it to planning. That was what happened every time. They referred it to planning, and I don't really understand why planning is against it. You know, they didn't really give any valid reason other than they have to study all the future plans of the Broadway corridor and Jericho lands. You know, those are all wonderful studies, but I don't see how they relate to this building line. You can do them just as well without the building line, because it just goes through several houses which are going to be there anyway, you see. So I don't see how it could affect those future studies. So that I find rather puzzling.
Okay, and I understand that it was suggested that this would be that sort of at the point in this process that it's a council decision on where to go next. Were you present for that conversation?
No, I don't think so. But of course, I know that it's not up to the planning department. It's up to the council. It's up to city council to make this decision. And of course, they would look for input from the staff, but the actual decision is not made by the planning department or even by the engineering department. It's made by the town council. Okay.
And are you in one of the homes that has heritage designation?
Yes, we live in that 98-year-old house that is quite close to the street, and this building line cuts right through it, which I'm not comfortable with that. You know.
So have you heard from staff in terms of how we would go about returning that land back to sort of the city to utilize? What would happen in that situation?
Well, actually the land is still owned by us. We own the land. The city does not own any of that land. Even there have been 2 new houses built, and they gave up the 7 feet in return. They didn't build on it. They still own it. So the land is still owned even now, even by the owners, not by the city. And the only way the city could acquire this land is if the owners initiate a rezoning. And right now it's only zoned single family anyway. So what are you going to rezone it to? Anyway, it would require all of them to do that to get the whole line, which is not likely. They might get 1 or 2, but the others might wait 100 years. So.
I see. Okay, got it. Okay, that's all from me for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And do you have questions also from Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Hi, good morning, Mr. Erdman. Thanks for being here. I just wanted to follow up on a couple of the questions that were posed by the other councillors, and just to get a sense of why this is important to you. And so I heard you say that this line actually runs through your house, so through the structure.
Right.
Is that correct?
Right. Yes. Not just mine. 5 other houses. It goes right through them. Yeah. Which is not a good thing. That means the only way that line could be used would be to tear down those houses. Yes.
Okay. And when your house was constructed or you purchased it, I don't know your specific situation, and it's up to you if you'd like to share. It'd be helpful to understand. Were you aware of the situation with respect to the building line? Was it built knowing that, or did you purchase it knowing that was an issue or a constraint?
Well, no, because you see, building line is not registered at the Land Title Office, and it's not registered even at the BC Assessment Authority, so nobody knows about it. Quite often, even realtors, vendors, and buyers, nobody knows about this until they apply for a building permit, and then they get quite shocked to discover how restrictive that is, you see.
Okay, so how did you come to learn about it, if I may ask?
Well, we eventually found out because we saw 2 new houses being built. That was actually it. About 3 years ago, they tore down 2 of these houses of the 7, and they built 2 new ones, which they had to have 11-foot side yard. And the house is really narrow. It's like a 25-foot wide house. And I wondered why on earth they are building these narrow houses on these wide lots. And then that's when I inquired and found out the reason. The reason is because they have this ridiculous 11-foot wide side yard. And these 2 new houses look completely out of place because here there are very narrow houses, and the older houses are wider, and the older houses are 4 feet from the street, and these new ones are 11 feet from the street. So you have a streetscape that actually looks bad. It is ruined by this thing, and it's just unreasonable, completely unreasonable to have 11-foot wide side yard that goes right through existing houses here. It does a lot of harm.
But those other houses, the narrow ones that you're referencing that were built, they're newer, so those structures are likely to be there for some time. Is that right?
Are you asking me another question? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear it.
I said those narrower houses, the newer ones that you were mentioning, those structures are likely to be there for some time. Is that right?
They were built in the last 2 or 3 years, yes.
Okay, super. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Thanks. And that's all the questions there are for you. Thank you for calling to speak to council.
Okay, thank you. I will hang up now.
Thanks. The next speaker that I understand we have on the line is Derek Christensen. Is Derek Christensen on the line?
Yeah.
And hi. I'm also supposed to ask you, because it's not noted on our sheet, if you'd mind telling us if you're a resident of Vancouver or not.
Yes, I am. I'm one of the 7 houses affected.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. And you have up to 5 minutes to speak to council. Start your timer now.
All right. First of all, thank you very much for having us speak today. My name is Derek Christensen. I live at 3708 West 3rd, which is along that Alma build line, and I'm one of the houses affected. I wanted to ensure I was here to support my neighbors, as this is something that's bothered me for quite a while as well. Like Carl said, this was not brought to my attention by the realtor because he didn't know about it either. I didn't see it on the land titles, so I was totally unaware of it as well when I bought my home. So I thought I had a 40-foot lot, and it turned out to be effectively 33 with that build line there, which is a big problem. It's been a long couple of years working with Julia and Carl, and more recently Chris, and I appreciate all the work they've put into this to keep going to figure out how we can get this removed. I'll be brief, but I fully support Julia and Carl and Chris on this, and the other neighbors as well. Even the neighbor who built said it's a bit of a problem on her lot. She's built narrower, and she's finding kids kind of loiter along the side of the house there because the house is pushed further back. Basically, I'll be brief, but Chris will present after me, and we've discussed in great deal together all these points and numerous occasions between the group of the houses affected as owners. In addition to their comments, I wanted to emphasize the importance of this line has on the density, and this is getting back to one of the councillor's questions previously to Carl. Not only does it deter people from upgrading or building a new home due to the setback requirement, it prevents more units on each lot. I've considered and would like to eventually build on my lot, but I won't do it given the restrictions this line creates. When considering the excessive costs of building, the results of building a newer, greener home with a suite and a laneway home, thus adding density, results in a narrower footprint and a near loss of a usable backyard. Because of the setback, the city allows you to have similar square footage, but it pushes the back of the main house back further. So you end up with a tiny backyard, especially if you put a laneway house in. Then you end up with there's a problem because you have to set back the laneway house a certain distance from the house. So you end up getting this tiny little yard or giving up most of your yard in order to add that density. So you end up with a useless side yard, a long, skinny side yard that's basically useless. It's not like you're going to have a patio or something out there, and very limited outdoor space. If one is going to spend a bunch of money which is what it takes in Vancouver to build a home, I want to feel a substantial improvement in what I'm building, not limitations and concessions. So although it's very unlikely I would build with this build line in place, if I did build under the current setup, I would abandon the laneway home and likely the suite, reducing those added costs and retaining an outdoor space and extra living space for myself in the main house. If the build line's removed, I'd absolutely do the laneway house and a basement suite down the road, which is the higher density I think the city's been looking for. And I'd encourage you, please remove this build line as soon as possible, ideally today. I know Chris is going to be speaking next, and he's got far more pressing timeline because he is one of the people building, and he's in this exact predicament above, so that we can use our properties to their fullest potential. I appreciate your time. That's all I have to say.
Thanks so much, and there aren't any questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for speaking to council. And our last speaker, just checking to make sure that they are on the line.
I'm here.
Great. Chris, is it Chris Kucharski?
Kaharski, yes.
Kaharski. My apologies. And could you just confirm for us, are you a Vancouver
Yes.
resident? Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
we
You have
are
up
the
to
owners at 37.
Okay, thanks for
Okay.
sharing that. I'm setting your timer now. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Okay, councillors and honourable mayor, thank you for the opportunity to speak. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge Councillor Bly for responding to us owners and for bringing this Alma building line item before City Council. I'm going to speak fairly quickly so I can stay within the 5-minute time frame. But by way of background, my wife and I are the owners of the property at 3707 West 3rd. And like most owners, we're unaware that the building line was in place for our site. We learned of it only after conducting a site survey of the property, and our intent has been to build a classic-style craftsman home, very much in keeping with the north of 4th aesthetic for our family, which is 5 of us, including 3 children. The fallout of the building line for us is a considerably narrower house and smaller yard, and in our case forces us to rethink the laneway home and forego the basement suite we initially planned to include, both of which, of course, support the city's desire for more available rental housing in this part of the city. While building lines exist throughout parts of Vancouver, they're not particularly common, nor are they commonly understood. Important point to know is that the only way the city is able to claim this building line for use is under a fairly unlikely scenario. Despite a building line being in place, the city is not able to simply take the land at its discretion. Furthermore, if a property owner were to undertake a new single-family development, which would be done as part of the individual permitting process the city has in place, the city is still not able to ask for the dedication and claim the building line, meaning the land always stays in the possession of the homeowner. This is despite the fact that any new development done by the owner must respect the building line restriction. The city is, however, able to take the building line dedication under a different scenario, and for this to happen would require all 7 individual owners to eventually choose to redevelop under rezoning, meaning multifamily residential. To be of any practical use at all, this line would have to be continuous, of course, meaning it would only be usable if all 7 of these properties were to undertake this rezoning on their own accord. Only then could the city, in fact, practically take the dedication as part of that rezoning and put it to some use. While not impossible, you would likely agree that getting all 7 of these properties in this manner is highly unlikely. A case in point is that here we are nearly 100 or so years later, and this building line is still of no practical use to the city. But let's address an even more fundamental question. While the building line dedication materializing for the city is unlikely, it is not impossible either. If the city were somehow able to assume the land over some period of time, is there even a use for it? City staff have pointed to building lines that have been useful for the city, and as we've indicated in previous correspondence to council, these examples are major arteries in commercial zones and bear little to no similarity to this small stretch of residential street. As we've indicated, this far end of Alma, north of 4th Avenue, is not commercial, and the street ends in a T at Point Grey Road and Burrard Inlet. To the right, there is single-lane only neighborhood traffic and a fantastic new bike path, and to the left, it dead ends 3.5 blocks away at Jericho Beach. City staff, while not opposed to removing the building line, have pointed to current area studies that are being undertaken as a possible reason to delay reaching a conclusion on this issue, most recently pointing to the possibility of a Broadway SkyTrain station, likely at least a decade or more down the road. In our view, it does not take further study to come to the reasonable conclusion that this has little to no relevance on this building line. One, it is difficult to see a large traffic demand on this part of Alma, as we just mentioned, and hopefully in the future we will be requiring less vehicles, not more. But in any event, it must be noted that this street is already 66 feet wide across, considerably wider than the other neighborhood residential streets in the area, with sidewalks on both sides of the street, parking on both sides, and dual-lane traffic. Accordingly, it is able to accommodate future uses such as a bike path, along with conventional traffic and conventional transit options, should any of these be required. Even staff acknowledged it is very unlikely this street will ever be widened. Another important factor is that the city has been pretty clear about its desire to increase rental housing options for residents, particularly in areas of Vancouver like the West Side, a critical issue which we absolutely support. But when you uncover the mechanics of building lines, you come to understand this building line itself stands as an impediment for further density. And me and my family are just a case in point. Even more materially, why would an owner contemplate multifamily rezoning when as part of that application, they must give 7 feet of land to the city in the process, while at the same time also be required to shrink the size of their proposed development and units? It is perplexingly counterintuitive, not to mention nonsensical in our view. Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak and let our concerns and position be known. It is appreciated. We hope Council supports the reasonable and logical conclusion to this issue and will ask staff to proceed to amend the bylaw and remove this section of building line by way of motion here today, which would then go to public hearing as we understand. Doing so, we believe, is not only reasonable, but will allow us property owners to enjoy the full use of our properties and for which we have paid full value for and pay full annual property taxes on.
And that is your time, but Councillor Bly has questions for you. Go ahead, Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much for being here to speak today. I just want to clarify the direction of the motion provided to staff, which is, and to confirm that you understand what's asked in this motion, which is, and I don't know if you just mentioned it or not, a good presentation, but that, you know, you've been, as I understand it, dealing with this and sort of following the process through planning and engineering for a couple of years. And they're suggesting through other planning initiatives another 2 years. And what this motion's asking is for that work to be done by July 2021. So just basically giving some clarity and providing the adequate information to council to make the decision that you're speaking to, which is, will you or will you not get that 7 feet back to redevelop? So I just want to be really clear, is that your understanding of the motion, that this is simply asking staff to go and do the study and exploration work sooner than 2 years?
I guess, you know, what hopefully I was trying to make clear is that we don't see the need for these studies based on all of the relevant points we've just made. None of the studies are going to impact or in any way this particular building line. So we support the motion, Councillor Bly, if that is what is necessary, but you know, frankly, it doesn't seem in our view like it is necessary for the main key reasons that we've just laid out and have continued to lay out for, frankly, the past 2 years. So if council is not willing to amend the motion to make this decision today, I guess I would respectfully like to ask for the process not to be unnecessarily drawn out more than required, meaning an earlier time frame than what you have as July, because frankly we don't see the point of it. But the issue is impacting all of us petitioners, and certainly in my family's case, we've been waiting to begin building, but the uncertainty of the situation has kept our plans in limbo pending resolution of this issue. And again, from a density standpoint alone, it means 2 less units along this stretch, and those 2 units, of course, we would happily put back in should this issue be resolved. But as I mentioned, you know, it would be agonizing to wait a long period of time just to find out it's not going to go. And here we've waited and wasted a lot of time for our family, and our family needs are such that, you know, we need to move on with our plans.
Okay. That's well understood. Thank you for clarifying. That's all for me, sir.
That's your time. Okay, Council, I'm going to move us to the main queue. If you have any comments, we're in debate and decision. Oh, first of all, thank you very much to the speaker. There are no other questions for you. And
thank you.
I see Councillor Hardwick on the queue. Councillor Hardwick. To the motion.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Councillor Bly, for bringing this forward. If it were up to me, as the previous speaker said, I would make the decision now. But because this is an anachronism, it's counterproductive for all of the reasons that have been described in great detail. But in the interest of moving it forward, if council is not going to just outright approve the building line today, which I'm sensing is the case given the nature of Councillor Bly's amendment, I do support it and urge staff to get a move on. And hopefully we can sort this out within the next 6 months, or July is close enough to 6 months. So anyhow, I do support the motion, and I hope we can get this dealt with expeditiously.
Councillor Kirby-Yung to the motion. Councillor Kirby-Yung? Are you on mute, Councillor Kirby-Yung? I think you are.
I just put myself under Councillor Fry, Chair DiGenova.
Okay. Councillor Fry?
Oh, look at that. Shifting around the speaking queue kind of threw me off guard there. Yeah, I've spoken to the Erdmans and folks in this neighborhood, and I can certainly appreciate their frustration given their location, given the building line. I think there's a lot of context to consider around this, so I do welcome the opportunity for staff to review this and report back, given that we know that we have the obviously the big plans around the Jericho MST site, considerations around blueways and sewers and various different pieces that could variously be involved in this. I also think that there's probably a larger, more important conversation to have around building lines in general. I stumbled across, in doing some of the research on this, I stumbled across a document on the city's website that details the extent of building lines throughout the city of Vancouver and the extent of properties that they impact and affect. So I think that this is a complicated space. This isn't just the 7 houses along Alma. This is throughout the city. There's some pretty significant implications of building lines and any considerations around how we treat building lines. So I think we need to be very careful when we get this report back to ensure that we're not creating any kind of legal precedent or situations that may challenge us in other parts of the city where perhaps building lines are serving a more critical delineation of function and form. So I do support this, and I think it would be good to get clarity for these folks on Alma Street. So I look forward to the staff report back on details. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to the speakers for coming and sharing their experience and providing some, personal insight into the impact of this issue. It is an interesting one, and I do really appreciate the very pragmatic impact that it has on the specific homeowners. And honestly, I feel for the individuals that built newer, narrower homes respecting the building line as well. And so, it's always a difficult situation, both sides of the issue. Certainly, I think having a council motion draws attention to an issue. And so that certainly could be a positive in trying to move something towards resolution. Although I do note that the motion is sort of directing that review, which I understand in essence is happening, but perhaps putting a bit more of a spotlight on it, since this had been referred to planning staff. I am very supportive of the stated desire and possibility for people to be able to maximize land use, and folks that are willing to look at sort of extending and expanding upon their lots in terms of providing secondary housing, whether that's through laneways or rental or other units. And I think that's a real positive and something that we want to try to support. Having said that, I'm also curious in terms of what the magnitude of this issue may be across the city. This is the first one that's come to my attention on this council, and I'm curious to sort of better understand how this may be prevalent in other areas of the city, or if this has impacted other individuals as well. So I think those are a number of that council will need to take into account, and I'm signaling those that I would be looking forward to getting some of that perspective and information back from staff when this comes back, passes this, in order to sort of be able to make an informed decision. But I think at a very real individual level, I really appreciate the impact that it does have on specific homeowners, and it's not a comforting feeling when you have a building line going through the middle of your house. And again, it's not a great feeling if you're that new homeowner that has respected the building line and has a narrower one. So I'm very conscious of the human impact on this, but I will support it because I think it's a good thing for us to get information back and be able to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I wonder, Madam Chair, if I could ask a point of information through you to staff.
Go ahead and ask the question.
Great. So my question to staff is the timeline of July 31st as quick as you possibly could do it, or could you possibly do a report back on this particular item earlier, like by a number of months?
Yeah, hi, yes, City Manager here. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Great, thanks. Seem to have resolved my audio problems. I think we could endeavor to do that. As Councillor Fry was just raising, there are implications for other setbacks across the city. So I think keeping the timeline as it is good, and then we can endeavor to get it back sooner if we're able to.
Right. Is there any way? I mean, I'm cognizant of the final speaker who is holding on redevelopment that may include 2 extra units. So is there any way that staff could be in communication with him around that if there is a potential for an earlier report back?
We definitely, I know our staff have been engaging with them, and if this passes, we'll have council direction to do so. So we can continue to stay in touch with the residents for sure, and we can endeavor to get this done as soon as possible.
Great. Okay. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. So I will be supporting this councillor's motion, and very much appreciate Councillor Bly for moving this forward. I have been on council at times when this issue has come up. Not the I think one of the most publicly fractious was not far from this area. It was along Point Grey Road and the building of the Point Grey Road cycling route. So these are very serious issues throughout the city. So I really appreciate staff looking at this. I very much appreciate the residents coming to speak to us and outlining some very cogent points around this particular building line, and appreciate the staff will endeavor to bring back a report sooner than that July deadline, and communicate with the residents around that. So again, in support of this. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Bly.
Thanks, Chair, and I'll just close on the motion by thanking the speakers who came to speak, of course, and the petitioners who have stayed in touch with council on this issue, I think, since the beginning of our term. And I think the one thing I just want to reflect is that, you know, this is certainly not an issue that's been sort of cherry picked from all of the residents' emails that we get. It's actually in digging into the issue further, and also extensive conversations with our staff who have really done a really great job, and I appreciate the work and partnering to get it to this point, that this was the inevitable next step that needed to happen, and it needed to come before council quite clearly, and staff sort of informed that opinion. So I just want to make it really clear, and Councillor Carr spoke well to sort of the issues or the variables that exist north of 4th that are different from south of West 4th on Alma. And we know that the redevelopment of this particular line actually goes all the way to Broadway. The line goes all the way to Broadway, and the redevelopment south of West 4th has revealed this setback over time. And so I think that is good. I think that's, you know, that's how that has worked. But there's such a different situation north of West 4th in this particular case that gave me great pause to actually look and say what makes here. And I believe staff have worked diligently with the petitioners to try and find resolution. And at times, the messages back to the petitioners has been varied based on the sort of evolution of how the issue was raised, and then going to planning and then engineering. That sort of resulted in we actually need to establish whether or not that this can be returned or redevelopment can allow for the 4-foot side yard, as one of the speakers pointed out. So I think at the end of the day, I do hope that staff can come back sooner than July, and but they are aligned that timeline at an absolute maximum would work. And yeah, and so I guess I'll leave it right there. I appreciate consideration of council on this issue, and hope that it passes and we can get a resolution for the residents. Either way. Thank you. That's all for me.
Thanks, Councillor Bly. And seeing no one else on the queue, I'm going to call the vote on this. Council, please vote on screen. And that passes with 1 in opposition, Councillor Wheat. Okay, Council, we are, just give me 1 moment to check in with the clerk. I know we had a number of speakers for the next motions and just wanted to check in to see that we have those speakers on the line. Okay, so Council, I understand that there are not speakers on the line yet, but notice was sent to the speakers. What I'm going to do though is just give me 1 moment. I'm going to what I will do is I'll call through the speakers list. And my apologies, if I did not mention it already, we are on to our second referred motion, Sustaining Vancouver's Chinatown, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Fry and seconded by Councillor Kirby-Yung. We'll hear from speakers. We actually do have 1 speaker on the line, but what I will do is call through the entire speakers list. If anyone joins speaker 1, 2, or 3 while speaker 4 is speaking, I will call through the list again. So the first speaker is Carrie Antis. And I understand Carrie is not on the phone. Second speaker is Constance Parker. Understand Constance is also not on the phone. The next speaker is Leonardo Tusk. Understand Leonardo Tusk at this time is not on the phone. And the fourth speaker is Michael Tan, co-chair of the Vancouver Chinatown Legacy Stewardship Group. And are you on the phone, Mr. Tan?
Hi, Councillor, yes.
Thanks so much. And you have up to 5 minutes to speak to council. I'll start your timer now.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. Thank you. My name is Michael Tan, co-chair of the Chinatown Legacy Stewardship Group. I want to start by thanking Councillors Kirby-Yung and Fry for bringing this motion forward. Chinatown is and continues to be a special place for many Canadians. I've spoken to many of you on council who have shared many fond stories and memories and of connections to Chinatown. Growing up and today, visiting businesses, eating there, and chatting with people and constituents. And it's imperative that council today vote to support the motion in front of you, support the more than 700 small businesses, the mom and pop shops in Chinatown, to ensure that future generations can be afforded that same opportunity to maintain and to have that connection to such a place of shared cultural heritage. It's not just a special place for those in the Chinese community, but for Canadians of all walks of life. And the items in the motion today are derived from a letter that I helped draft to council asking for specific urgent actions to protect those businesses, many of which are cultural legacy businesses, those that, that have that special intangibility that adds to the soul and character of, and the meaning of how special Chinatown is. And when those businesses are at risk of disappearing, when those are gone, we won't ever get them back. And these specific actions in the motion today will help protect them. And I urge council to approve this motion today. I didn't want to spend too much time, and I appreciate everyone's work on this. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. And I don't see any questions for you. And council, I will call through the list one more time, but I understand there are not any speakers on the list or other speakers that have signed up to speak on the line. The speakers are Carrie Ann Tice, speaker number 1. Speaker number 2 is Constance Parker, and speaker number 3, Leonardo Tusk. And what I'll do, council, now is I'm going to move us to main queue. Is there any discussion or debate on this motion? Just giving everyone a moment, just in case. There we go. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I could hardly let it pass in terms of thanking Councillors Fry and Kirby-Yung for bringing this forward, and Mr. Chan for his work in writing the letter to council outlining this, the needs for these kinds of measures, and for all of the work of not just the Vancouver Chinatown Legacy Stewardship Group, but the many groups who really are working so diligently and with such heart and hope in terms of protecting Chinatown. I am one of those people born in Vancouver who, as a kid and all through my teen years and adult years, have visited Chinatown regularly, brought my kids down to Chinatown, and look forward to taking my grandchildren down to Chinatown. So I'm just very appreciative of these measures. I think that there's a variety of them. I think each one of them is practical and doable. So again, I fully support this and thank everyone involved for bringing it forward.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. I also wanted to just provide a couple of quick closing comments and thank Michael Tan for sending the letter and taking that, working with the different groups in Chinatown. I think that council are all aware that COVID has had significant impacts in neighborhoods across the city, and we're trying to work through in terms of sustaining those. But Chinatown is very unique and special, has been noted, and is near and dear to the heart of many, including myself. And it is a historical area, but it does have a living legacy and a living history. And that's really what's fundamentally at stake here, is that the living history is the language and the sounds and the gathering of people. And if people are uncomfortable for other reasons, in addition to COVID, but also, identified successful programs that have been making a difference and have a more sustained investment in things such as the stewardship program that's in conjunction with members. I think we need to take those things forward. The one thing that I note for the record is how all of the different organizations in Chinatown, from the cultural groups to the established associations from youth and sort of the different generations and the different aspects from business to cultural groups, nonprofits, have all come together behind this shared, deeply held concern around securing the future of Chinatown. And what we are hearing loud and clear from these groups has really been the need for the city to balance its longer term efforts and planning that has been underway for a few years now with respect to things like a UNESCO designation or an assessment of cultural spaces, and some of those pieces or audits that are done with helping Chinatown survive now. and move through the pandemic. And I think that has been the clear ask that's coming forward from the community, and the shift that we're hearing from the community is that we need to survive now in order to be able to aspire towards those bigger get through the pandemic. So I think that's sort of the spirit behind it. And to come out the other side of this, we want to make sure that those places that have that magical experience to Vancouver, where they have such historic importance, but they also have such a living impact in terms of people's experience when they have a chance to visit, are not lost. So I appreciate the work of the groups. It's been a pleasure to meet with them on an ongoing basis, and I know we'll continue to do that. But I'm hopeful we'll be able to achieve some sort of tangible outcomes in the short term that will provide some relief to the businesses and to the different groups in the area. Thank you.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, and just briefly, because I mean, I of course, Chinatown's important to me and to so many Vancouverites, and it's in such dire states right now that this is a really sort of critical intervention. And you know, I do want to thank Kimberly Wong and Michael Tan for bringing this to us. Fred Kwok, Fred Ma, Wendy Au, who dropped off thousands of petitions at my house, and I know that Fred Kwok has many more petitions that he's ready to deliver to us. What I just want to highlight the most, because I could speak about all my personal experiences in Chinatown, my family's experiences with Chinatown, my Chinese cousin who came from Trinidad and Tobago and had never seen a Chinatown before in his life and was in tears walking around Chinatown because of the experience and the connection he felt with a culture that he was divorced from by virtue of the fact that he lived in Trinidad. But what I want to say is that the work that's going on in the community to advance a lot of this stuff, to bring these ideas that were brought to Councillor Kirby-Yung and I to bring forward on their behalf, to me demonstrates an extraordinary level of cooperation and commitment and understanding of how to work together. I mean, for many who are familiar with politics around Chinatown, sometimes it can be kind of divisive and lots of people in different directions and different ideas about how to move forward. But what I think Councillor Kirby-Yung and I saw in these conversations is there's a real momentum and there's a real assertive movement on behalf of the community coming together to do or die. And this is the do or die moment for Chinatown. So I hope we can get back some of this work rapidly and really start looking at there's a fantastic amount of opportunities that are available to us to reinvigorate and revitalize Chinatown. And I think given everything going on with COVID recovery, this is the perfect time to deal with some longstanding issues around Chinatown, but also imagine how Chinatown will flourish in the next century. So thanks to everybody for support for this, and thanks for the community's work on this.
Thanks very much, Councillor Fry. I don't see anyone else on the queue, but Council, just before I call the vote, I wanted to note that yesterday, Councillor Wiebe had declared a conflict of interest on this item, and for that reason, I will mark him in the vote as declared has declared a conflict. And it's my understanding that that he is not in the meeting at this time. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Chair DeGenova, this is the clerk here. Yes, everything you said is correct. And I have sent a message to Councillor Wiebe to indicate that when he does come back to the meeting, he should make the statement himself so that we have it for the minutes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it was very clear. So, Council, please vote on screen now. And Council, that passes. With no one in opposition. Now we are on to our final referred motion, which is working with senior governments to address the overdose crisis, which was moved and introduced by Mayor Stewart yesterday and seconded by myself, Councillor DeGenova. We will hear speakers on this motion. Speakers will be heard via phone and in person. And I just wanted to note, Council, before I call the very first speaker, what we also will be doing, as I noted with the others, is if anyone misses their opportunity in the number, so if, for instance, they're number 10 and we've moved on to number 12 at the end of the speakers list, we will call through the list. I will call through the list again. So you will have another opportunity to join the speakers list after we go through all of the speakers. We'll come back and call for anyone who wasn't present. The first speaker is Sarah Blythe, Executive Director of OPS. Do we have Sarah on the line? Yes, I understand we do.
Hello?
Sarah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm on the, okay, hold on. I gotta go. Can you call me back in 10 minutes? Okay, bye. Sorry, no, sorry.
I wasn't
Melissa.
sure if you were talking to us. Be a little hard for us to call you
I'm
back.
sorry.
Thanks. No worries.
Sorry, no, please don't call me back, you guys.
Okay.
Anyway,
I know you do important work,
me.
so totally understand. You've done this before, but I'll start your timer now. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Yeah. So, obviously we got the coroner's report today, and we're seeing a lot of, continuously a huge amount of overdoses and deaths, a lot in smoking areas, or a lot of smokers that are dying from overdoses, sorry. It's just a really, it's just heartbreaking every time the coroner's report comes out because, what can you say? There's just more people dying, and all levels of government in some way are responsible. So, this motion in some, shows that there's some, action and responsibility being taken by the council, and if you all obviously vote in favor of this, to do something about it, that's significant for Vancouver. And I really commend the mayor and council for bringing this motion forward, and I think that hopefully it's going to make a huge difference, and just a lot to do with stigma, but just in making sure that people are able to be treated in a dignified way by decriminalization of drugs, and also that people would be able to access, that all aside, safe supply is a big thing that we need right now. We need it immediately. It's very tragic at the rate that it's going to get to people, something that is not going to kill them. So this is another step. And so I really commend you for doing that, and I'm really hopeful that the federal government will step up and be a part of this is along with the provincial government. We have to do different things. We have to try different things. Otherwise, nothing's going to happen and nothing's going to change. Doing it the way that we've been doing it for so long hasn't helped. So I think, in a lot of ways, we can be the leaders, and we have been the leaders in Vancouver on, helping to save lives, and we can continue to lead the way into saving lives across Canada and other parts of the world. But we have to be, strong and bold, and we have to be able to, communicate this to the public. And, and I really hope that, this is partially the job of elected officials to be able to show and say that these steps are steps that will actually really change things for the better in so many different ways, including saving people's lives. So I really, really hope that that it's a unanimous vote. I just think it's the way to go. And obviously, if you have any questions, just asked. I've been running around. I just got back from running around this morning. You know, we've had an overdose in the alley of a person who was you know, had sleep deprivation because they can't sleep out in the cold, and they were freezing and overdosing at the same time. And you know, it's just I gotta say it's one tragic situation after another, and I really think our focus has got to be on healthcare and helping people as opposed to criminalizing people. So I think this will go a long way. So I'm very thankful that this has been brought forward, and I really hope to see this you know, in action on the front lines as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thanks. There are questions for you. First, Councillor Hardwick.
Okay.
Councillor
Hi,
Hardwick,
Sarah.
go ahead.
Hi.
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 Thank you very much for your remarks on decriminalization and on safe supply and the need for coordination with the federal government, especially on the legal and enforcement side of things. Could you comment on one of the pieces that seems to get left out a lot these days, which is the recovery piece?
Yeah.
We're talking about treatment, but could you talk a little bit about recovery as part of this constellation of concerns?
Yeah, I mean, recovery is you know, I'm seeing people in recovery from, you know, they in different ways. There is definitely jail is you know, the quickest way to get rehabilitation is to go to jail, which is not right. And you know, it's really hard on everyone, including the Vancouver Police Department and city workers and all of us, when there is no place to send people that want to get into rehab immediately. So, I mean, that's a big thing too, and all levels of government should be involved in that. But, you know, getting people an ability to be able to recover when they, on demand, when they need to or when they want to, and being able to support that, even, you know, giving them safe supply. You know, recovery can include safe supply and getting people on proper medication on something that's not going to harm them as well. And I think we need to really open our mind to what recovery is. The people that I see recover the most are people who are in contact with other people who have recovered, like Guy and Trey and some of the other people that I know who've gone through recovery and been successful. You can, you know, you really can recover. The best way to recover is to see someone who's also recovered and ask them how they did it. And so, you know, something like OPS recovery in a different way, where, you know, people like Trey would be there. If you don't know Trey works at OPS. He's recovered, and you know, he's pretty much an inspiration to a lot of people in the downtown east side in terms of, you know, how do you recover, and how do you get the services, and what do you do, you know, in recovery. So, yeah, it's a huge part of it, and I agree that needs to be urgent as well. But you know, we need all of the steps. Decrim is definitely it's a emergency measure, which we need right now because it is an emergency right now. The coroner's report, I don't know if you saw it, but people are dying. So it's a pretty terrible situation that we're in.
And that's your time, Councillor Hardwick.
Sorry, did I take up all the time?
No, I thank you. Thank you very much.
Mayor Stewart has questions for you. Mayor Stewart.
Sure.
Thanks so much for all your work as always and calling in today.
Yeah.
You know, I think that often you were just mentioning some perhaps unsung heroes, and decriminalization has been something that many people in Vancouver have been pushing for forever. And I'm just wondering if you might want to you know, give recognition to some folks who have been pushing for decriminalization that are perhaps not politicians and not those who end up in the media. Are there folks that you'd like to single out that you've met over the years that have done this kind of pushing for this change?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Karen Ward is definitely a person who's been pushing for this for so long, and Trey. And a lot of the folks that are at ops, but the city created a community action team, which has hundreds of people and community groups that actually make come together to talk about these things. And this was always a top priority for this group. And so this is a huge win for a lot of people that have been working towards this for years and years and years. Van Du, Crackdown, or those folks have been really pushing for this because it really is something that's going to it's going to make a huge change. I'm sorry, I'm getting texts at the same time. Yeah, so it's going to be, it's making a huge change. That there's folks that there's a specific task force for safe supply, and someone his name is Sam. He was on. He's part of the overdose prevention site, and he's been really pushing for this. So we've really had a lot of folks, pushing on the ground for this for a lot of different reasons, and to make it so that it's not criminal, and that it helps with the stigma. To not criminalize people and have them go through the criminal justice system and in and out of jail, and those sorts of charges that are along with that, and actually fix it and makes it into a crisis where people are getting the help they need.
Would you say this movement is really from the grassroots, a truly grassroots push for change?
Absolutely. This is definitely from the grassroots. This is, this is people from the community for years and years, over 10 years pushing for decriminalization. And it's really important that it's supported because it is what the community is asking.
Thanks so much. That's my time. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
And Sarah, I just had one question
sure,
for you.
yeah.
I'm allowed to ask questions, but not debate as the chair. So I've put myself on the queue. Thanks. First of all, thanks for taking time out of your busy schedule to speak to council on this.
Thanks for having me.
The only other question that I have for you is, in the motion, it proposes conversations with the chief medical officer, with Dr. Patty Daly. It doesn't name her specifically, which I think is great. But do you think that also there needs to be conversations also with, for instance, the BC Prosecution Service, and involving them in this? Because we can say whatever we want, but it's the BC Prosecution Service and Vancouver Police. And I know Vancouver Police, as you'd mentioned yourself, has taken a position. So wanted to ask you, do you feel that, maybe including the BC Prosecution Service, who actually, approves charges, is also helpful in trying to keep everyone on the same page and moving in the same direction?
Listen, I think that, the conversations are, the most important thing is to stop people from dying. And I think, conversations with different groups are really important, but I think the objective is to really, start to have folks, not criminalized is a huge thing. Obviously, getting people in part of the conversation is important, but it's not the most important thing. The most important thing is to save lives and to make it so that that we stop the deaths. As the coroner's report shows today, there's a lot of work to do that's immediate. This is an immediate health crisis, and it needs to happen now. So anything that would sort of, drag this along, I would not really be in support of it this time, although I would like to, obviously conversations with these groups would be great. I think that at the end of the day, a lot of these charges just hold people down, and it doesn't really help for their future, because, if they want to get a job, all of those things, it's a huge barrier in the end. When they do get some of these charges. So I think, I really would hope that, they're looking at this and they're supportive, wanting people to be able to get on with a better life. And I think, and support drug users. Yeah.
Thanks
So
so much. That's my time,
yeah,
but I might take some more
okay,
questions offline to you about that later on.
yeah,
But
yeah,
Councillor Carr also
absolutely,
has questions for you. So,
sure,
Councillor Carr, go ahead, and thanks,
sure,
Sarah.
no
Yeah,
problem.
thanks so much, Sarah, Ms. Blythe, for taking the time for all the work that you do. I know that you have been active in saving lives, so for that, I very much appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you.
My question is really around the importance of decriminalization, and I wonder if you could comment on the fact that I've heard that as long as the drugs that people are using and the use of them is a criminal offense, that that people have to buy off the street. The street drugs are contaminated, and that some doctors are very reluctant to prescribe because of the criminality of it. I wonder if you could just comment on that.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's so many reasons why this is the right thing to do, but that's definitely, anything that stops doctors from prescribing safe supply to people is really, really important. So, I hadn't heard that part of it, but yeah, that's definitely, doctors need to prescribe now. Nurses need to prescribe now. We need safe supply for people because we need to get them off of the drugs that they're using that are the street drugs.
Right.
And this is this is in any way how this can help that would be, a wonderful thing in my opinion. And getting people healthy, I see people on Safe Supply through MySafe and they come in, maybe they use a little bit of the street drugs and then they use the Safe Supply, but eventually they can taper down to just using that. And with some cannabis or other things, and I was speaking to a person today who has been off of drugs for a few weeks, just the street drugs, and is now on MySafe. And he's like, my life is just so much better. I have to keep myself busy, but these are the kinds of things that are really, really important. And now he's got, he does have some past criminal charges about drugs that is going to make it hard for him to move forward. So, I mean, we have to think about all of these things and really learn how to help people. So I don't know if that answers your question.
That
but
absolutely answers my question. And again, thanks for your good work.
Thank you too.
Thanks, Sarah. That's all the questions for you
Okay.
at this time. And thanks for your
Okay.
work and for speaking
Take
with
care.
us today.
Yeah. Take care, guys.
You too. Stay safe. Speaker number two. Sorry, I'm going back and forth with the clerk just to see who we do have on the line here. I understand speaker number two is on the line. Tara Taylor?
Correct. Yeah, Tara Taylor. I'm on the line.
Okay. And Tara, you're here as chair of the board of the Overdose Prevention Society. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have 5 minutes to speak to council. I'll start your timer now.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd just like to wish to acknowledge that I'm speaking today from the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. And I'd like to thank everyone for providing the opportunity so that community could speak today. My name is Tara Taylor, and I'm speaking today to name my support for Motion B4, working with senior governments to address the overdose crisis. Today, I speak from my place as co-chair of the Overdose Prevention Society. I bring 15 plus years of experience in working in Vancouver's downtown east side, and this is why I'm in support of Motion B4. Vancouver has for decades been a world leader in our dignified harm reduction approach to working in one of North America's most marginalized communities. None of this would have been possible without the decades of nonstop hard work and radical activism and the listening to those experts with lived experience. I implore you once again to listen to the experts, not just those with lived experience who have been speaking to this for some time, but also to those such as Jane Philpott, former federal minister of health, when she said, "It should always be in the public best interest to pursue evidence-based drug policy. Our support for decriminalization of the possession of illicit substances stem from a lens of compassion, a commitment to social justice, and a recognition that criminal prohibitions have proven completely ineffective in minimizing the harms associated with using drugs." Motion B4 would provide consistency and regulations that would help work towards dismantling the stigmas of those using substances. Most of us have read the reports of Vancouver Police Department stats naming stop and search and how few of those have led to charges. With the passing of B4, we would see consistency and implied regulations in Vancouver Police Department responses. When those using substances don't have to hide behind the stigma and possible prosecution of possession or rush to use their substances out of fear of arrest, or use alone in remote places to avoid police, they can use in safer ways and can ask for help when they want, if and when they want it. Decriminalization reduces stigma and allows people to access support. I'm here to ask you to please push this motion forward. Even if it's just one life we save, then it's totally worth it. For the thousands we've lost and the tens of thousands that have been affected by those losses and the thousands we to continue to lose, I plead with you to please pass this motion. We on the front lines are close to not being able to do this much longer. For some, it's already too late. The crisis has taken its toll, and we are depleted. The community I work alongside, the peers, the sectors, those in leadership, I tell you, we're at our breaking point. We're dying, we're relapsing, and we're working ourselves to death, and still it's not enough. I'd like to, in this moment, take a 1-minute moment of silence to honor and think about those that we've lost, as well as to ask council to take this time to sit with and think about the lives that we'd be saving if we were to pass this. And then if I could have Chair at 1 minute name when the minute is up and then open for questions.
Okay, so you'd like me to let you know when 1 moment is up?
Yes, please. Yeah, 1 minute of silence just to honor those we've lost. Thank you.
Of course. Okay, start now. And that's 1 minute.
Thank you. That's all for my speaking. So open to anybody if they have any questions.
There aren't any questions for you, but thank you for speaking to council today.
Thanks, everyone.
Council, the next speaker, speaker number 3, Dorothy Cumming, is not on the line. Speaker number 4 is withdrawn. I understand that speaker number 5, Caitlin Shane, is on the line.
Yes, that's right.
And you're here in the capacity as a staff lawyer, drug policy, Pivot Legal Society.
Yes.
Okay, and I will start your timer now. I know you've spoken to council before, but you have up to 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Caitlin Shane, and I'm a lawyer with Pivot Legal Society. Council, I submitted to you all a joint statement on November 19th on behalf of Pivot and VANDU, the Vancouver Area Network of Drug Users. So for today, I will just be distilling a few of the key points contained in that statement, namely that we strongly urge Council to pass the proposed motion today, and in particular that we caution against any amendments that would introduce administrative or other consequences for drug possession. That includes Portugal-style dissuasion commissions, diversion programming, health assessments, or police interactions of any kind. However well-intentioned these conditions might be, people who use drugs, including in Vancouver and also jurisdictions that have successfully implemented decriminalization, such as Portugal, have been very clear about the unintended harms of these conditions and sanctions. In our statement, we say that approaches to drug possession like these do not help us. Instead, they preserve the same fear and distrust that drives drug use underground, negatively impacting our lives in much the same ways as criminalization itself. We have been clear, and courts have affirmed, that a legacy of racist, anti-poor policing means that even a seemingly benign interaction with a police officer is often experienced as a hostile detention by communities that have been over-policed, profiled, and incarcerated. That has been directly recognized and affirmed by the Supreme Court of Canada just last year. Needless to say, that population includes the downtown east side of Vancouver. Drug users in Portugal have similarly reported that even under the partial decriminalization regime there, drug users continue to experience many of the same practical harms as they did under criminalization, in part because the goal of dissuading drug use remains the same. They say, quote, "The most marginalized drug users in Portugal are still, for all intents and purposes, experiencing forms of criminalization and police control. They are most likely to be stopped and searched, and although they are less able to afford more drugs, their drugs are confiscated and destroyed by the police. As with other wars on people who use drugs, the Portuguese model seemingly acts as a route through which to police, harass, and disrupt the lives of the most marginalized communities of people who use drugs. I want to be clear that necessary supports, including safe supply, affordable housing, healthcare, harm reduction services, and culturally safe programming can and should be scaled up, but these must be made accessible without the counterproductive involvement of police, bylaw officers, and the courts as conduits or gatekeepers. Access cannot be contingent on being apprehended by law enforcement for possessing drugs. These people are not the appropriate liaisons amid an overdose crisis, and at a time of global reckoning with racism and prejudice in our police forces, it would be both counterproductive and tone deaf to continue to use police or law enforcement as point persons or liaisons for people who use drugs. In closing, I just want to underscore that it is not for council to determine the details of a proper approach to address the issue of drug use. The city has publicly agreed that this is a public health issue, and therefore it should be heeding the professional health opinions of Vancouver Coastal Health and Dr. Bonnie Henry, both of whom have advocated for decriminalization as an evidence-based approach to drug use. Those are my submissions. Thank you, Council. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks. And you do have questions from Mayor Stewart. Mayor Stewart, go ahead.
Thank you. Just wanted to thank you again for participating today and all the work you've done on this file. I'm just wondering, it's the same question I asked Sarah Blythe earlier, is that, you know, you are so involved in this, and, you know, often the politicians get the media quotes, but are there people that you can single out and recognize as have been pushed for this both recently and over the years?
Yeah, I think that really we owe all the progress of drug policy wins over history directly from people who use drugs. So that includes the Vancouver Area Network of Drug Users and all its affiliate groups, BCA, POM, WARS, Canadian Association of People Who Use Drugs. These are the groups that are really spearheading change and driving things forward. And I think that, you know, it's an incredible learning opportunity that we have in terms of the report that drug users in Portugal released. It's a report from the International Network of People Who Use Drugs, and it very clearly cautions other governments and jurisdictions who are contemplating decriminalization against implementing a partial decriminalization. And that refers to sort of a type of decriminalization that would replace criminal sanctions with administrative or other sanctions. Drug users have been extremely clear that many of the same harms flow from that type of regime as under criminalization, and I just think it would be really unwise not to heed that advice, because it's an incredible learning opportunity that we're being offered.
Thank you so much for all your advocacy here and for participating today.
Thanks so much.
Councillor Carr, questions?
Yes, thank you. Thanks so much, and thank you for sending the briefing that you sent us last week. And I'm particularly interested in one of the pieces in that, one of the statements that you've made, that this is the briefing by you and Van Du, that the criminalization of drug possession fuels a toxic drug supply and impedes access to health and harm reduction services. I wonder if you could just expand on that for me. How does how would decriminalization reduce the toxic drug supply and increase access to health and harm reduction services?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for your question. I think it would be prudent of me to underscore right at the outset that decriminalization, yes, it's not a silver bullet. No one who has ever advocated for decriminalization has claimed it to be a silver bullet. Absolutely, it's a complex issue, and this is not going to solve everything. Sorry, it will solve many things, but not everything. And that includes, a toxic drug supply that will require other services and supports. That being said, the fact of decriminalization not being a silver bullet is not a reason not to implement it. I think it is a critical step, a critical harm reduction step, not only to save lives, but, and what I mean when I say that it would assist with the issue of a toxic drug supply is that decriminalization achieves a really critical role in terms of removing much of the stigma on drug use that flows from criminalization. When we remove stigma, we also encourage people, including people who use drugs, to be permitted in accessing health supports and services, in reaching out to their friends and families and communities. Many of the existing safe supply initiatives that have, I would say, been plagued a bit with access barriers would be made more effective by decriminalization, because you are removing the stigma that prevents people from accessing those services and supports in the first place. I think that decriminalization and safe supply really do go hand in hand and assist with access barriers that come from criminalization.
Okay, thanks. That's fine. Thank you very much.
Sorry, if I didn't answer your question, I can elaborate.
The one piece of it that I'm interested. Am I out of time?
You
I'm
have
out. Okay,
2
that's great.
minutes and 48 seconds. So
Got it. Thank you.
maybe Councillor Swanson will ask your question. Councillor Swanson has questions for you. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
First of all, thanks so much for coming and for generating this motion. I think this came out of your work and Pivot's work, so thanks so much for that. I just wondered if you know, as a legal beagle, what the next steps, if we pass this, which I'm hoping we will, what are the next steps for the feds to do? Do they have to do something, or?
So the federal government, thanks for your question. The federal government ultimately has the discretion to grant an exemption under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. So if this motion were passed, therefore compelling the city to apply for an exemption, the federal Minister of Health would have to make the decision about whether to approve that application. Based on previous statements from the Minister of Health, I'm optimistic, or at least cautiously optimistic, that approval may well be forthcoming insofar as they've confirmed that they want to do everything they can to assist local governments in addressing the opioid crisis and the harms of criminalization. So I think this would certainly fall within that category. But I think as far as our advocacy goes, we need to be really strongly urging an exemption that precludes not only police from enforcing simple possession with criminal charges, but also ensuring that police are aware that a lot of the harm they cause results from confiscating people's drugs. We hear all the time from folks in the downtown east side that even if they don't get a criminal charge, police are still shaking them down, confiscating their drugs, and then they have no choice but to hustle for the rest of the day to regain what they've lost. And that is perpetuating all of the harms of criminalization. And so it needs to be made clear to police that when they are no longer able to enforce simple possession, things like confiscating people's drugs is going to be similarly prohibited, because at that point you're effectively just stealing people's property. So I think that ensuring that education is broad is important.
So I've heard that too about the drugs being confiscated. So maybe you can think of another motion we can pass to do the second part of this to try and stop the confiscation. Thanks.
I mean,
Thanks so much.
ideally, they technically, legally would not be permitted to continue confiscating when we have an exemption citywide. So hopefully they would abide by that.
Okay, that would be good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I actually have one question myself for you, and it's about the Portugal model. You had you'd mentioned some of the issues and the perception, I suppose, with the Portugal model about not having it include decriminalization. It's my understanding it's a diversion model, but it also does include safe supply and access to that for certain groups of people. It also includes treatment-based options where people don't have to wait for that. So are you concerned that the Portugal model doesn't work? I know that former Minister Darcy had actually met with, I believe, the head of Portugal's sort of drug policy, who had created that model when they were here in BC.
Yeah, so, the Portugal model did have many benefits, and I don't want to, ignore those. But if we look at the feedback from people who have been directly affected by this policy, from people who use drugs, they've been clear that a model of partial decriminalization in which administrative sanctions have replaced a criminal regime still cause many harms, and particularly for the most marginalized drug users. So poor and racialized people who use drugs have been disproportionately impacted by this partial regime and continue to experience many of the same harms as they did under criminalization. And that is because police continue to be the liaison or point people for people who possess drugs. Police continue to confiscate people's drugs, and people are effectively forced to appear before something called a dissuasion commission, which, although does not result in criminal penalties, continues to medicalize, pathologize, and stigmatize people who use drugs. And what this really does practically is it continues to preserve fear among people who use drugs. And that fear is what drives drug use underground. That fear
really
is
quickly, if I may, I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask you also, what did you think about sort of involving the BC Prosecution Service in these conversations? And I don't have very much time left, but is that something you'd like to see them come along with? Decriminalization.
I would like for all of law enforcement to be supportive of the idea of police standing down when it comes to simple possession. I think that key people we should be listening to are people who use drugs, and they've been clear in what they want, which is full decriminalization.
Okay, thanks. And I don't mean to cut you off, but that's my time, and I have to hold myself to an even higher standard as the chair. Thanks very much. And there aren't any more questions for you.
Thank you.
And then speaker number, just a moment, I'm just getting a note here. I understand from the clerk that Madam Clerk, is speaker number 6 is on the line now. Okay. Scott Bernstein?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Scott, you have up to 5 minutes to speak to council. I'll start your timer now.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Stewart and council. I'm a lawyer and work as Director of Policy at the Canadian Drug Policy Coalition at Simon Fraser University. My remarks today are on behalf of myself. I'm speaking in support of the motion. I've worked in drug policy for over 13 years. I began as a law student at UBC working on the Insight legal case and continued with that case through all levels of court and as co-counsel for the plaintiffs at the Supreme Court of Canada as a new lawyer. Shortly after, I worked as a drug policy lawyer with Pivot Legal Society, challenging government policies that put the lives of people who use drugs at risk, including municipal policies standing in the way of harm reduction services. The Insight case, my work with Pivot, and my current position with Canadian Drug Policy Coalition taught me a number of things, including the role of community and in particular drug user activism in supporting drug policy change in Canada, the importance of policies that reduce the harms of drug prohibition and a deadly drug supply, and the important role that different levels of governments can take in either supporting steps that promote public health and human rights or work to undermine it. I'm grateful that the City of Vancouver is once more standing in support of evidence-based drug policies and continues to lead Canada in this area. Increasingly, decriminalization is raised as an evidence-based response to the ongoing multiple public health crises of COVID-19 and overdose deaths resulting from a poisoned drug supply. It is not, of course, a silver anything. We still need safe supply, harm reduction, treatment, affordable housing, and social services to address the complex problems relating to drug use. But criminalization of people who use drugs only works to stand in the way of people getting the help they need and creates fear and stigma that lead people to take drugs in the shadows and alone. The HIV Legal Network and Vandu Pivot Legal Society submitted extensive and detailed written briefs that outlined not only the case for decriminalization of all drugs, but more importantly, what decriminalization needs to look like. I encourage you to read those. We have to ensure that the punitive system of criminalization and prohibition is not replaced with another punitive system disguised as healthcare or otherwise good intended actions that continue to increase the harm and stigma to drug users. Decriminalization cannot mean fines, mandatory health interventions, including mandatory treatment or even a health assessment, or confiscation of drugs. We know that all of those measures, while perhaps well-meaning, disproportionately affect the most marginalized in our communities, the homeless, those with substance use problems, and Indigenous and racial minorities, just as is the case with criminalization. We need also to ensure that police and prosecutors don't work around decriminalization by charging people with replacement offenses, including possession for the purpose of trafficking. Each of these measures would work against the public health and human rights aims of a federal exemption that decriminalizes substances in Vancouver. While decriminalization is a needed response to the overdose crisis, it's important to remember that drugs carry not only risks to be managed, but physical, psychological, or social benefits to those who use them. Decriminalization could and should allow for greater access to the beneficial uses of drugs such as psychedelic drugs, including psilocybin for therapeutic treatment of depression and end-of-life fear, MDMA for treating post-traumatic stress disorder and for the use in guided couples therapy, or ayahuasca for spiritual growth, to name only a few examples. These have the potential to help a great number of people live happier and more fulfilling lives, something that is greatly needed in these challenging times. I thank Mayor Stewart for bringing forward this motion and encourage Council to approve this motion without amendments. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thanks, and there aren't any questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
Speaking to Council. Okay, we now have speaker number 7 on the line. Jeremy Calcum? Jeremy?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Did I pronounce your name wrong?
Yeah, it's Calicum, but it's
Calicum. I think I might have to I'll ask the clerk to update the spelling on the sheet here. You have 5 minutes to speak to Council. Please go ahead.
awesome. Thank you. Hello. My name is Jeremy Calicum, and while I'm here today speaking as an individual, I have been working to further grassroots drug user organizing and activism over the past 4 years in BC, and am currently working with the BC Yukon Association of Drug War Survivors, which is a provincial drug user group. In the past year, I also had experience working as a drug checking technician in Vancouver with a couple of agencies that are doing that. And today I'm here to speak in support of Motion B4. So like many of the speakers before me have highlighted, criminalization has created a slew of harms. And from my perspective, decriminalization is a fantastic step in the right direction. But again, alone, decriminalization is not directly a life-saving measure. But it is one that will improve the health and help to address many societal harms associated with criminalizing drug use and drug users. So among one of these is the social exclusion that is imposed by the racist, anti-poor, and colonizing policies and policing that have kind of plagued the city in the past. So this will increase people's, this will increase people who use drugs, social and political capital, and help in the kind of movement so much movement that's already been made to keep pushing forward to improve the life of people who use drugs even further. Well, the benefits are most obvious for marginalized people who use drugs. It's also important to note that the potential benefits of this motion will also have for people who may use drugs recreationally, or colloquially known as the weekend warriors. And in an environment of kind of decriminalization, I believe this will help kind of facilitate more conversations of people who may be recreational users, and pulling the conversations away from one of stigmatization and fear into one of curiosity and safety and camaraderie, and bring the whole realm of drug use into a more healthy space. And I would wager that the majority of people who have friends and family, that a lot of them probably do use drugs, and maybe in a realm of decriminalization it will help kind of bring these conversations out and create a better society for everyone. And I hope the momentum of this motion and this movement will move past decriminalization and help to address issues around supply chain, because people are still going to need to get their drugs, and there's still going to be a criminalized aspect of it. It's kind of like sex work in Canada, how like part of it is criminalized, but part of it is decriminalized, and what it really equates to is a dangerous environment still. And well, there has been some progress with safe supplies. The majority of people who use drugs are still going to need to access it through unregulated and illicit means. And in my work as a drug checker in Vancouver, what that meant was, people who are buying cocaine finding fentanyl in their cocaine, people who are buying MDMA, which very, very young people are getting N-ethylpentalone, which can be a fatal substance at the amount used in MDMA, or people who are doing ketamine finding meth in their ketamine, people who are doing meth finding fentanyl in their meth. We're also finding extremely high levels of fentanyl or carfentanil, which is it's extremely dangerous. Or people who are buying benzos, and if anyone knows anything about benzos, it's like all youth using benzos, and there's fentanyl in benzos, and fentanyl and Xanax, and it's a very, very horrible thing. And seeing this, it just really drives home the importance of a safe supply, and making sure that everybody can access a safe supply, because everybody uses drugs. Well, people in every demographic use drugs. It doesn't really matter where you're from or what you do. I bet some of your coworkers or family members use drugs. One last thing that I'd like to highlight is a really interesting benefit of decriminalization is that it may allow people to feel more comfortable accessing alternative means of drug access that may have still been, not have really seen the benefits of in the past. And particularly, I'm talking about leveraging sources such as like darknet markets to be able to access drugs, so that people don't necessarily have to have these highly criminalized interactions with drug dealers, and can just have, these personalized amounts sent to them. And it highlights one of the other issues is when you're decriminalizing, you're going to probably want to decriminalize an amount that's actually realistic.
That's well over your time. I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but a very long sentence there. And there aren't any questions for you, but thank you for speaking to council.
Thank you.
Council, I'm wondering if I know we have speaker 10 on the line. It would be close as we break at 12 for an hour. That's customarily what we do. Would someone have a motion to hear from speaker 10 and any questions?
Yeah, motion to extend past 12 to hear speaker 10.
Thank you very
and
much.
have questions.
We'll start with all in favor, yay? Please
Yay.
say yay.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. And with none opposed, I will invite Garth Mullins, who I understand is on the phone. And speaker 8 and 9 are not on the phone, but we'll call through the list again, as I'd said before. But is Garth Mullins on the line? Madam Clerk? Did we lose Garth Mullins?
It is the clerk here, Councillor DiGenova, and I understand that speaker number 8 is actually on the line.
My apologies. I had as speaker number 10.
Yes, that is what we had provided to you, but it's speaker number 8 is next.
All right, so we did have speaker number 10. Councillor Card moved a motion for speaker number 10 specifically. Madam Clerk, do I need another motion or can we just go ahead with the speaker before?
It is the clerk here. It would appear that the next speaker would be speaker number 8, so the motion would have been intended for the next speaker.
Okay, just wanted to check with you, make sure that was correct. So Mary Kelly. Do we have Mary Kelly on the line?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Wonderful.
You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council. I'll start your timer now.
Wonderful. Good morning, Mayor Stewart and Council. I'm just calling in support of motion B4, and while I'm not here on behalf of an organization, I do actively volunteer and work in the East Side. And so a lot of my knowledge I put out is from people I've worked with who have experience from suffering with addiction for over 10 years. But I encourage the council to push this motion purely because I think the decriminalization of drug possession would be incredibly important, not only in allowing people to know that their addiction is now becoming a health issue, but I think also when you have this criminalization in place of drug possession, people are going to be using alone. You know, you can give people, from my own experience, as much clean and safe supply and harm reduction that you want. But when there's still police patrolling the East Side, sort of waiting in hopes that maybe they'll see somebody with possessing drugs, people are still going to use in unsafe environments and they're going to use alone. And so overdoses are still happening. You know, a lot of overdoses I've dealt with have been when they're alone because they're scared of being caught by the police. And I've had people who are too scared to go with the paramedics because they're scared that the police will get involved. And so I think, you know, decriminalization is a huge part of harm reduction, and it's a small step in this huge goal. And I think it's incredibly vital. It's an immediate plan that we can put in place. I think also decriminalizing it removes a cycle of criminal offenses as seen in a lot of youth. I think a lot of marginalized youth, such as First Nations, Indigenous, people of color, you know, they're disproportionately affected by this. And I think when kids are involved and the youth are involved with drug possession, it just creates a cycle, this long-term cycle that interferes with future jobs and their future abilities to, you know, get involved in things that, you know, a lot of other people have privilege to do so. So I think this type of pressure and stress of people who already face so much structural and symbolic violence, I think removing this criminalization is a huge step. And I think we need to enforce a lot of things like this, if that makes sense. It's only a small comment, but if you have any questions, I guess let me know.
And there are not any questions for you. But
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Council, is that your presentation?
I'm sorry, it was only small.
you do have more time if you wanted, but I just wanted to let you know. Make sure I didn't cut you
off. It's all right. It's okay. I was just speaking from experience. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
All right.
And just to let council know, Council, just a reminder, we will break from perfect timing right now. It's noon to 1 p.m. For lunch hour, and then we will go into camera from 1 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. And 3:30 p.m. we will reconvene in standing committee, and we will continue hearing from the speakers. And speakers should follow along at Van City Clerk. And we will begin with Speaker 9 when we come back. Thanks very much. We're in recess.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing.
to the Standing Committee on Council on City Finance and Services. When we left the meeting at noon, we had just heard from speaker number 8 on a member motion that was moved by the mayor yesterday, seconded by myself, and referred to committee today. And that motion is, my apologies, council, I just want to make sure I have the right list here. Yes, working with senior governments to address the overdose crisis, which is Mayor Stewart's motion, member motion 4B. So we will continue on with speakers. I will call through speakers. And I have a list from the clerk. That being said, I just wanted to note to speakers, please follow along at Van City Clerk. And if you do by any chance miss your turn, but did want to speak, at the end of the speakers list, I will call through the list in order again, and you will have an opportunity to speak if you did miss your turn. The next speaker that we have on the line, I understand, is speaker number 10, Garth Mullins.
Hi, yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Garth.
Hi.
I believe you've spoken to council before. You have up to 5 minutes, and I'll start your timer now.
Thanks very much. Yeah, my name is Garth Mullins. I'm the host and executive producer of the Crackdown podcast. I'm also part of the Vancouver Area Network of Drug Users and on the board of a couple of other drug user organizations. I'm also a doctoral student at UBC in the faculties of journalism and also in the School of Population and Public Health. So I'm coming here today to speak in favor of the motion, I guess is no surprise to anybody. But I want to tell you a little bit about what I learned in Portugal last year. So I went there and I met with drug users, but I also met with people who were part of their decriminalization system. I met with Nuno Capaz, who runs the Dissuasion Commission in Lisbon, and we sat in on what they actually do, you know, bringing drug users kind of in front of a little panel of people and all that stuff. But I also was at a place in the outskirts of Porto, which was sort of a shooting gallery, an illegal place, I suppose, in a broken down machine shop where people were injecting heroin and smoking rock. And I was there when the police were raiding the suburb, charging through the streets with guns. And it felt very much familiar. So there were things about Portugal that were really surprising and great to me, like that so many people weren't in jail. You know, when I was 19 was my first arrest for drugs, and I got locked up in the United States, and I was with thousands and thousands of people who were in jail for the same thing. And it started to seem to me that this is a really terrible way to manage the crisis. But when I was in Portugal and I was saying how I was moved by that, they said, yeah, the drug users and the drug user activists said, yeah, that's good, but not so fast. We are an incomplete revolution here, was the words they said. We're a paradox. We did it halfway. And I said, well, what's your advice to me when I'm going home? And they said, do not get left out. When they built this system here in Portugal, we weren't part of it. You got to make sure you're at the table. And the things that I'm supposed to watch out for, the things that we all are supposed to watch out for, is to not have the criminalization of drug users coming in by stealth. So full decriminalization means there's not just no criminal sanctions and no jail, but there's no administrative sanctions. There's no sort of regulatory penalties. There's no fines. There's no drug court. There's no drug seizures without charges. There's no involuntary treatment or mandatory treatment. There's no coerced diversion programming. There's no dissuasion commissions. So all of that stuff, which is supposed to send you down the road of health instead of to jail, if it's done with a push, if someone's kicking your backside to get there, it's not going to work. Because for all of our lives we've been criminalized. All of our lives we've understood what power means and our own agency being taken away from us. So if any kind of health intervention comes with this kind of push, it's not going to work. It's going to feel like punishment. And so it sort of undermines the effort. And I think that what that means is the new system that we think about, it certainly should have more investments in all the things that people have talked about before you today in council, all the options, especially the ones that are most proven by evidence. But they shouldn't be forced. And so when we sit down to blueprint that out, we have to be aware of what the police's role is in that. And the metric for success will be, as we decriminalize people, that the police budget should be going down. They don't need to chase us around and do all this stuff anymore. So they should be spending less money. And if you think about it, an agency whose budget goes up and down based on the intensity of the drug war, maybe they're in a conflict of interest for planning a system that comes to replace it. So that's a sort of a note that I carry with me from Portugal. And then I think about getting back home here when I did. And I think about this place that's so close, the downtown east side. It's so close to City Hall. In fact, the old City Hall was right there at Main and Hastings. In front of the old City Hall in 1907, there was an Asian Exclusion League riot. It's a demonstration that turned into a riot. That riot smashed up businesses in Chinatown and Japantown. And then there was an inquiry about, do we need to compensate people? And this is where the federal government first got the opium moral panic into its teeth. And in 1908, on the back of all of that racist, anti-immigrant panic, the drug war in Canada really got started. And so this is the place to stop it. You are the people to stop it. What an incredible legacy to be on council when after this, 112 years, you're able to pull the plug. Thank you very much.
And that's perfectly timed at 5 minutes. You do have questions. First from Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Wiebe, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate your point of view coming in on this. One of the questions I have is, we've heard that there hasn't been a lot of arrests dealing with personal possession, but I've heard from people, users that have talked about the seizure is such a big component of their life, and that this could help with the removal of small amounts being seized and them having to go through that part of their lives. I'm just wondering, can you talk a little bit about some of the kind of smaller aspects to this motion that can really change people that are using drugs and the way that they're going to live their daily lives?
Yeah, I think, charges, the way that people get charged has changed. Police are still very much involved in people's life in the drug war in Vancouver, and that can be just simply seizing drugs, which has got to stop, which is something that still does happen in Portugal. If you get caught with drugs, even small amounts of drugs in Portugal, they take them off you, and sometimes quite forcibly. So we got to make sure we don't replicate that system. But yeah, people face that right now. The fact of police being around, parking outside of harm reduction sites, being involved in the enforcement of these laws means that some people stay away. Like my best friend will not set foot in Inside because he believes there's sort of this association between harm reduction and the police by their very just being close by. And of course, that's not true, but it's very hard to win back the trust that's been lost over generations.
So you think that if this council steps up and moves this forward, it can make a pretty significant difference to the livelihoods of people using drugs as they kind of go through their daily lives?
I think if this council writes this letter, if the federal government decides to grant the exemption, and if we all build a system that doesn't replicate or do criminalization by stealth, then I think it can be it's massive. It is basically an invitation from society to welcome us back, to say, yeah, we kicked you out starting in 1908. We're sorry. The door is now open for your return. It's an invitation. It would be massive.
I really like that, welcoming people back. Thank you so much for speaking today.
Thanks so much, Council. I'm so sorry. There is one more speaker on the list, or one more councillor on the list. I just did want to mention before Councillor Swanson, before we move to you, so sorry, and I'll stop the timer there for Councillor Wiebe, that just one moment, please, Council. The mayor had sent me a note and had asked me to share with council that although we've reconvened, he's had to step away to get medical attention. He had mentioned some issues with his eye before, but he will be back this evening, and thought that it was fair to mention that. I just saw that note now, so my apologies for not doing that at the beginning of the meeting. So sorry, Councillor Swanson, please go ahead with your questions.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming, Garth. I think journalism and public health is a perfect topic for you. And thanks for all your work with Crackdown and Vandu and all the years of it. If we reduced the police budget and did something with the extra money that would help people who use drugs, what would that be, or what could that be, and who could do it?
I think that that would be a really good use of it. We could come up with a blueprint for that money as as communities, as different coalitions of people. But for sure, people have said on this council, and the mayor said at his press conference, decriminalization isn't a silver bullet, and that's true. And I don't think any complex nested problem is ever solved by one policy. So it's true. It's that budget could be used to help build the necessary next step, which is really safe supply, and safe supply through a bunch of different vectors, like Mark Tyndall's machine, like a heroin co-op, like through the doctors, through the nurses. And Vancouver may have the places where that takes place, may have, like a role in assisting those things, like we did almost a generation ago in the Vancouver Agreement, which brought all the levels of government together to work on this stuff instead of buck passing. So I think there's a possibility there for sure.
Okay, thanks. That's great.
Thanks. Councillor Bly also has questions for you. Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks so much to the speaker. It's been good to hear your perspective. You just mentioned Mark Tyndall's machines, and I think what you're referring to is MySafe Project. Can you share a little more? Do you know much about that? I know that Mark's not signed up to speak, and so, or Dr. Tyndall's not signed up to speak, so I'm wondering how much you know about that particular program in the context of this motion.
Sure. I mean, it produces pills of hydromorphone, Dilaudid 8s. And those are a kind of like a cousin to heroin. So it doesn't exactly replace it, but it's the thing that's available and sourceable right now. And it does it out of a vending machine. So like instead of buying a pop or a sandwich, you get a pill. Doctor prescribes it. And of course, the machine is bomb-proof and you use biometrics, but the principle's the same. But all the legal permissions have existed for the distribution of Dilaudid for a long time.
Okay, I appreciate that. Do you know much about, I'm guessing you probably would, to help us further understand how passing this motion could unlock sort of federal barriers or even perhaps funding that Vancouver very much could use, being at the center of this opioid crisis?
Yeah, funding, I think funding that, like, Councillor Swanson was really alluding to where a great source of funds was in money that's currently being used for police enforcement to be used elsewhere. But for barriers, the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act is the key thing right now, at least at the federal level, that makes that criminalizes us as drug users. And Section 56 of that exempts it. So you could have an exemption where that law stands down in the city of Vancouver. And I think that's what your letter is getting at.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bly. I'm just checking. We have new speakers signing on to the phone lines at all times here. So speaker number 11 is now on the line, Christopher Livingston.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for speaking to council today. Do we have Christopher Livingston on the line?
Hello, am I on?
Yes, Christopher, you have up to 5 minutes to speak to council, and I will start your timer now.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, councilors, and thank you for allowing me to voice my support for your motion to decriminalize. My name is Chris Livingstone, and I do outreach work with the Vancouver Aboriginal Community Policing Center and the Aboriginal Front Door Society, as well as a number of other groups in the downtown east side. I think that this bill or this motion is a great place to start, and I have hopes that if we move forward with sensible drug policy, conversations can start to happen in communities all across BC as well as in Canada. I hope there can be an approach that all communities can use. I hope it's also time to get rid of some of the language that's causing harm around substance use. Earlier this month, I had the pleasure of participating in the Heart of the City and the Vines Festival at a Downtown Eastside Warriors presentation. I was one of the recipients. This was at Crab Park. We talked about the Healing and Wellness Center that is hopefully going to be there, which you guys had elected to advocate for the creation of. But that's another story. But so I presented a blanket to a young man in the downtown east side that was supposed to represent, passing off knowledge and work in the downtown east side. And unfortunately, the young man that I presented to on the November 6th has overdosed 2 days ago and will not help anybody and will be sorely missed by everybody in the downtown east side. Last June 21st, I helped host an event at Crab Park where on National Aboriginal Day, we bring together music, naloxone training, salmon barbecues. While it was happening and while I was there, one of my sisters was overdosing in one of the hotels under COVID restrictions. People need support as well as safe supply. As we give police and lawyers less to do, we need ways to address people who use substances, uses real needs and assist, meaning housing, food, safe supply, connection to families, communities, and services. A supply that can be used by its people, which isn't here yet. In number 8 of your motion, I was hoping that you might consider adding people whom use drugs or people with lived experience to the list of partners. I know that DCH does have a lot of peers and respects them and works with them, but it would be great to have that in your list of partners. There's lots of documents suggesting that peers should be allowed to voice what they think about policies that affect them. Nothing about us without us, no authority but yourself. As well, Mark Hayden has a post-prohibition control systems that's available on the internet. And I think about the supply and decrim and thinking about Bruce Alexander's Rat Park. And I'm hoping that if we're going to start to decrim, that we could ramp up the other supports that would create impact. We know that the prohibition has created a ladder of substances. Some are created exclusively through prohibition, like crystal meth and other things. And I'm hoping that we can get back to natural substances like coca leaf, opium, and cannabis. They seem like better options than the poison and the death. I'm hoping that they can open cannabis concentrates and take away the market value to cannabis. Yes, that's about everything that I've thought about so far. Anyways, thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for speaking to council, and my condolences on the loss of your friend. Councillor Swanson does have questions for you. Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Chris. Thanks so much for coming. You mentioned that we need funding for food and housing, and that we need to, if we decriminalize, we need to ramp up the other supports. So if you had money, like say you had a project with a budget of say $100,000 or something, what kinds of things could you do with it?
Well, there's all sorts of things that what I like to think about, and so WARS and Vandu and different groups, they all provide services to their member-based population. and I think about like Bruce Alexander and his Rat Park, and it's all about kind of assisting those other determinants of health and making life have some hope or something. But if I had $100,000, right now I'm actually writing a project to Indigenous Services Canada, and it's for 4 things. It's to keep smoke signals going, which is you guys just funded our project, and you'll help us until the end of March. But our mission is to connect people that are on the street with their own families, with services and that are local, and as well to try and do advocacy and get people into income assistance and just get that creation. But other things, a shower unit. People aren't able to stay clean. We know during COVID, most places are closed. They can't even get inside, and it's really cold and wet outside right now. In the downtown east side, since COVID hit, many organizations have worked together, and they've brought in all kinds of meals. They've manned washing stations. They're in the bank monitoring lines, and one of the things that I'm hoping that we can get is a concession truck that could provide food security for the residents of the downtown east side. I'm thinking if we get all these donations, wouldn't it be great if we could just make like a nonstop food stew that we could Monday to Friday, if you're hungry, go to the downtown east side market and pick up something to eat. Shower units, food, Sweetgrass Patrol, if we're looking at decreasing police budgets, if we want to increase the other supports such as harm reduction and health, then we could include a safety walk in the downtown east side that could go through the Aboriginal front door or Vancouver Aboriginal Community Policing. Yeah, lots of ideas.
Thanks so much, Chris.
Great. Thank you.
Good ideas. Yeah.
Thanks. And that's all of the questions for you today. And our next speaker on the line, Council, is speaker number 13, Nicole Luongo. Do we have Nicole on the line? Madam Clerk?
Yes, it is the clerk here, Chair DiGenova. I'm just checking. It appears we have a sound issue. We do believe she is on the line. If you could just give us a moment, please.
Of course. And we'll just, sometimes we have some technical difficulties, Council, so just give the clerk a moment there.
Chair DiGenova, it is the clerk here.
Okay.
It appears.
We're having some issues with caller 13. Should we move on to caller 15 and try and come back to caller 13 afterwards?
I'm not sure it is the caller. We are hearing that it was actually council that could not be heard on the live stream. So if you could just give us a moment, please.
Of course.
Chair, would it be helpful to move a 2-minute recess or a 5-minute recess?
I'm just
Pardon the interruption.
I've already asked the clerk that. Thank you, Councillor Bly. I'll check
Pardon
in
the
with the clerk.
pardon the interruption, Chair
Yes,
DeGenova.
Madam Clerk. Yes.
It sounds as if everything is okay now, so you can try to ask for Speaker 13.
Thanks very much, and
Hello?
thanks, Councillor Bly. I was going to ask you to help me out there, and if not, is this Nicole? Nicole Luongo?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
we
can
can.
you hear me?
Can you hear us?
I can. I've been able to hear you the whole time.
Great. Okay, I'm sorry we couldn't hear you. So you have 5 minutes to speak to council, and there may be questions for you afterwards. And I'll start your timer now.
Okay, thanks. I'll just quickly introduce myself. I've spoken before when discussing issues of housing and homeless encampment in Strathcona Park specifically. So I'm very much in support of motion of B4 with a number of caveats. Just to give you a bit of background around myself. I became homeless on the downtown east side at 19. At the time, I was severely bulimic and drinking alcoholically. And my parents thought the best way to kind of straighten me up would be to send me to a homeless shelter in a taxi. Following that, I started doing illicit substances because they were introduced to me. Since then, I've been to addiction treatment 5 times. They've all been abstinence-based. I've also gotten a master's degree in medical sociology from UBC, and I started a PhD in medical sociology looking at kind of the unintended consequences of medicalizing substance use. Started that at Oxford in 2017 and didn't finish because I got expelled for using substances. So my entire kind of life has been defined by the war on drugs and the ramifications of that. So like I said, I'm in support of B4, but with a number of caveats, and I just want to really echo the sentiments heard earlier by Caitlin Shane of Pivot Legal Society, by Scott Bernstein, from Garth Mullins, from Chris, who we just heard. So I'm going to give you kind of my perspective from someone who has lived this and who has kind of the academic background in medical sociology. So we know that, other places where substances have been decriminalized, for instance, Portugal, have replaced kind of carceral or criminal social control with what we call medical social control. I'll elaborate on this term in a moment, but to specify, we see governments exchanging criminal sanctions, such as fines for drug use and jail time, for forced medical appointments or health assessments and mandatory enrollment in treatment centers when people are caught with drugs. And these dissuasion tactics still kind of preserve that same fear and distrust that drives drug use underground, and they exacerbate hostility between drug users, especially poor and racialized drug users and the police and state. So while medicalization is an improvement from criminalization, it doesn't actually meaningfully reduce harm among marginalized communities. And it's important to note here that most people who use drugs are moderate users who never experience ill health consequences from their drug use. Most people who use drugs do so for recreational purposes and because drugs, including alcohol and caffeine, are pleasurable. That said, while decriminalization would benefit all demographics, as a former kind of resident and current accomplice of the downtown east side community, I'm going to speak kind of to that demographic as my most salient concern. And I want to emphasize that the social disorder we see on the downtown east side is not a result of drug use or mental illness. It's a manifestation of extreme poverty and over-surveillance by the police and by nonprofit and medical agencies. So poverty is a cause of high-intensity illicit drug use, and approaches that treat it as an effect instead are the central component of medical social control. To define this term, medical social control refers to labeling deviant or abnormal conduct as illness, and then authorizing medical practitioners to treat it as such. In other words, behaviors such as drug use, which was historically normal or mundane, get reframed as diseases, and they are brought under the jurisdiction of medical practitioners. And we see this increasing wherever there are huge disparities in access to wealth and other resources. So in Vancouver's context of neoliberal capitalism, where we have a housing crisis, those who are most oppressed are effectively a nuisance. They remind people, and more importantly, the state, of their failure to reduce inequality. And as the municipality repeatedly demonstrates that it is unwilling to uplift the voices of these people, for example, those in Strathcona Park,
Poor drug users are instead labeled as diseased, and they are disappeared into institutions such as psychiatric wards and treatment centers. So by partially decriminalizing or decriminalizing but introducing mandatory treatment, you'll just be replacing one social control institution, the prison, for another, addiction treatment. And both of these are what we refer to as total institutions because they don't just entail kind of spatially configuring poor and racialized people away from mainstream society. They're also designed to inform these people's senses of self through coercive techniques. So their purpose is what we call resocialization. People's kind of personalities and senses of selves are broken down, and they are retrained to be good, productive, and healthy citizens. But we know this doesn't actually work. Most treatment is abstinence-based, and it depoliticizes and decontextualizes drug use. People
And
are
that
kind
is
of
your
blamed.
time, but Councillor Swanson does have questions for you. Councillor Swanson, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming, Nicole. It's so important to get the nothing about us without us aspect of this in front of the public and in front of elected people. I was just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on medical social control, some examples of it, and I think you were going off in that direction anyway when you were cut off.
Yeah,
so.
I didn't
But
realize
I had
how
that
much I had to
question
say.
first.
Yeah, so basically what I was saying is that, we're accustomed to this criminal form of social control, really obvious things like putting people in prison. But medical social control is still about changing who people are, how they behave, how they act, their public conduct, to kind of adhere to the norms imposed by capitalism. So people are coerced into becoming, quote unquote, productive members of society. And structural oppression and that the things that contribute to high intensity illicit drug use in the first place, like poverty and colonialism and racism, those things are kind of like substance use is stripped away from an analysis of those things, if that makes sense. So it's about using the technologies of the medical system, including, for psychiatric drugs and telling people they're diseased, to infiltrate people's senses of selves and try to get them to conform to mainstream society when they may not have access to the resources actually required to do so, if that makes sense.
So what do you think about some people who say that drug use is a disease and they try and counterpose that to it being a crime?
So that's a double-edged sword because on the one hand, treating something as sickness is better than treating it as badness. But we know from an enormous body of research on stigma, for example, that labeling someone as mentally ill or diseased doesn't meaningfully reduce stigma. If you survey medical practitioners, if you survey lawyers, if you talk to police, and you say, yes, this person has the disease of addiction, those people are still going to assume that the person is generally incompetent, is incapable of managing money, is unlikely to maintain employment. So people, when they are labeled as diseased, it's not protective against discrimination. Like I said, I got kicked out of my PhD. I was first suspended on medical grounds, and then I was expelled because it was determined that after 2 years of deferrals, I was not well enough to go back because I had used substances. So it's not a meaningful protection from discrimination at all. And it changes one's subjectivity. We start to see ourselves as medical subjects and start to think of ourselves in medical terms, and every kind of thought, feeling, and behavior. I'm speaking for myself now and people I've conducted research with. We start to evaluate and analyze through these medical paradigms. Is this normal or am I sick? And I can tell you from personal experience and research that significantly impacts one's quality of life.
And that's well over time.
I hope you can finish that PhD.
Yeah.
And Councillor Swanson,
We'll see.
I just wanted to remind you, I'm not trying to cut speakers off. I do try and stop them after 5 minutes at the end of a sentence. But if you would like to move a motion to suspend this procedure bylaw, to set a new time for speakers, that's up to council, but you're well within your rights to do that, Councillor Swanson. Just wanted to note that. trying not to cut speakers off. That's why I remind them of their time. And the next speaker we have on the line is speaker number 15, Eris Sassafras.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello?
Hi, Eris. Please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to Vancouver City Council.
Thank you. Y'all are a bit quiet on my end, so if I can't hear your questions, you know,
Can you
say
hear me?
Sarah, but
I'll restart your timer, but can you hear us okay?
no, the volume's quite quiet. I have you on speaker, and I'm holding my phone to my ear.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I will ask that perhaps our staff and IT could check into that, but are you okay if I start your timer to speak to us?
Yeah, if you can hear me.
Great, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Great. Your Excellency, Honorable Council, how we doing? Let me start by saying, although I agree with your motion and believe it's a step in the right direction, I think it's too little too late. I've done drugs since I was 15 years old, and I don't want to recover. I don't want to go into treatment, and I don't want to die. And when I say drugs, I mean hard drugs, cocaine, methamphetamine, heroin, etc. I want access to drugs in a safe and regulated way. I come here on behalf of the Coalition of Peers Dismantling the Drug War, an institution that is by and for drug users, to make one explicit point. Alcohol is the most dangerous drug of all, both socially and to the individual, yet it is legal and regulated. And I'm sure many of you drink alcohol. I wonder why so many questions are being raised as if drug users lay a junk to you as opposed to being part of the same family. When we speak around alcohol, we have rules and regulations. The same with cigarettes. The straw man of oxycodone is frequently brought up to say, oh, we can't legalize opiates or fentanyl or methamphetamine or cocaine. But this drug was sold to patients as a non-addictive, dangerous, non-dangerous substance, non-narcotic substance, and they weren't instructed on what ramifications it would actually have on them. When you buy a package of cigarettes, on the box it says, this will kill you. I wonder why drugs are not sold in the same way. I think it's also important to remember that carceral social control is not merely prisons. It's a web of institutions and a web of power that involves varying disciplinary institutions, from medical institutions or institutions of insanity, courts, social workers, social housing, etc. If you want to read more about this, it's elaborated by Foucault in both Madness and Civilization and Discipline and Punish, where he draws this conclusion. The idea that sickness is not semiotically seen as badness in our society is outlandish, and being sick and being bad are ostensibly linked together in the metaphysical mind's eye of most people. Stigma will not cease to exist until drugs are totally legalized and integrated into our society as something you can walk into a store and purchase. People who want to use drugs will continue to do so regardless of their legal status, whether this is fentanyl, heroin, methamphetamine, cocaine in both its powder form and its base form, crack cocaine, etc. In the words of Zandu's president, Simona Marsh, being able to do drugs should be just like having a cup of coffee. I wonder, frequently council brings up this idea, what will we do if we defund the police? I say, not only should we defund the police, they should be abolished. The money should go directly to grassroots organizations who are filling in the gaps and the cracks in a system that have existed for far too long. And these gaps and cracks in the system are intentionally there as, manifestations of structural resources. I've seen so many people die this year because of a lack of action to do sustainable public policy change. And I'm not sure if you saw this, but I sent y'all about 130 letters from folks in the downtown east side that ask council to go to the federal government, to work with the provincial government, to one, repeal the CDSA, the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, two, release everyone imprisoned under the CDSA and void all criminal records, three, defund all police services, including the RCMP and prosecutors, and use those funds as reparations to those most harmed by the Canadian war on drugs and allow drug users to rebuild their communities. And four, immediately expand safer supply programs, including non-prescription drug programs developed by drug users. I feel so frustrated, and many of us who are working on a grassroots level have gone to the point of illegality, using things such as the dark net, the dark web, to purchase clean drugs, to give them to people at cost so that our communities, can stay safe. So at the end of the day, I think if we can't go around you guys, we're going to have to go through you guys. And if it rains and there's no shelter, we're going to have to work through the mess. It's unfortunate that it's come to this, and I feel so frustrated. And even in the last 3 weeks, I've lost 2 people. So I think we need to understand that the stack of bodies, we're way past the point of decriminalization. We need full drug legalization. And again, though I support your motion, I think this needs to become a more serious, engagement with drug users and drug user nationalism. The idea that drug users are a people, are a culture, have, land, value, purpose. And I think that's being overlooked massively in the way this is being addressed. It's not about whether we can cure these people or fix them. They're perfectly fine the way they are. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Time. Thanks. I was, and I just wanted to share condolences for your loss, and thank you for coming to speak to council.
Yeah. Thanks.
The next speaker on the line is speaker number, just getting a note here on number 16, Guy Felicella.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, and Guy, you're here in your capacity as a peer clinical advisor with the BCCSU. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you hear me? All right.
I can.
Okay. We had a speaker before who said it was difficult to hear. You've spoken to council before. You have 5 minutes. I'll start your timer now.
Thank you. My name is Guy Felicella, and I'm the peer clinical advisor with the BC Centre on Substance Use, Vancouver Coastal Health's Regional Addiction Program, and also the Province Overdose Emergency Response Center. I'm here to express my support for the motion before City Council to apply for a Section 56 exemption to the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act for implementation and evaluation of the decriminalization of people who use drugs. The organizations I work with have been collecting and sharing research that clearly demonstrates that criminalizing people who use drugs is a failure of policy. The scientific evidence to support decriminalization is overwhelming, and the policy that's in place is ineffective, expensive, and needlessly has costed many lives. I want to share with you what I mean when I say criminalizing people who use drugs costs lives. Criminalizing people for their substance use fuels structural and social stigma, the stigma that leads to discrimination and isolation of substance users that face every day. Structural stigma is rooted in our policies, laws, and institutions, and it's these policies and laws that must be changed in order to save lives. Stigma kills. And I know because the people that are in my community and are experiencing it, I've lost countless of friends to overdose after living years of isolation and pain. I've met and spoken with families who have lost loved ones, just completely devastated by the loss. I also know because I lived it. I lived in the downtown east side in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s and struggled with countless interactions with police that went something like this: get beat up by cops, get drugs confiscated, do whatever I can to get drugs again, including selling and working with gangs, get thrown in jail, lather, rinse, and repeat. At no point in this endless cycle did I ever have the option of getting the help if I wanted it. Instead, it was the constant chase to avoid police, avoid jail, avoid court, and avoid anyone who might point the police in my direction. This is not how we address a public health issue. This is why people who use drugs use alone. This is why people overdose. This is why they die alone. The war on drugs has caused more harms than the drugs themselves. This is a drug policy massacre. Decriminalization won't solve the overdose emergency, but it's a critical step in ending it, and one that this city has to have the courage to take. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And there's one question for you from Councillor Kirby-Yung. Or one councillor at this point has questions for you. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Hi, Mr. Felicella. Thanks for being here and thanks for speaking to council. I know that you do a lot in the community about your personal story and recovery, so which I really appreciate. But I want to follow up on your question when you said we need to do more. If council are going to be bolder, what else do you think that council needs to do?
Sorry, could you just repeat that last sentence?
You said that this isn't going to solve the overdose crisis, and so if council were going to do more and we're going to be bolder than this, what else do you think council should do?
Well, I think, decriminalization is a very important step, but I also think, we have to lay down options of a safer drug supply for people as well. Critical to, trying to remove people completely from accessing this contaminated drug supply that meets people where they're at. The one thing that continues to be in existence is that we need all options on the table that include everything from safer supply, decriminalization, but also treatment options for people that, eventually, if they don't want to use drugs, to help them get off drugs. And this is just it's a complete failure right across the whole system that needs to be torn down, rebuilt. It seems like we just plug one hole and we don't look at the whole system of care. I mean, nobody should have to survive. I mean, the literal abuse of what I had to go through for decades before I was even able to get help. I mean, for someone to survive that, I was in the downtown east side before harm reduction was even a word. It just didn't exist. And it was all about enforcement. And that just drove me further into isolation. And, you basically, most people today, in today's day and age, if this continues the way it is, people's lives, you're not going to survive 30 years like I did. You're going to last 2-3 years.
Can I jump in just because I have a limited time? If you're okay to share, say after all of kind of years of being in that situation, that cycle, what worked for you? How did you move forward?
Well, I was given a safer alternative that, really subsided my cravings to use heroin. I was diagnosed with ADHD at the age of 40 and a mild comprehension disorder. So really what I'd learned is, and then discovered trauma therapy, which is something that, people who need it can't access it because it costs a fortune. So it was a combination of things, but the safer alternative that I was prescribed at that time, and then the ADHD medications gave me the ability to focus on other things and, kind of build some stability that way. And then eventually was able to stop taking them.
Thank you for sharing that. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Pardon the interruption. This is the clerk here. The Chair DiGenova, has just advised me that she has momentarily lost connection. So if I could just ask Council to hold for a moment.
Clerk, it's Councillor Fry. I'm on the deck if you need me as Vice Chair to step in and keep things moving along.
There we go.
Oh.
I'm back. Oh. Sorry to interrupt, Vice Chair Fry. Thanks for picking up where I left off. Have you introduced the next speaker?
It is the clerk here. No, we have not. So we would be going on to the next speaker.
Okay, so sorry, I just lost connection there. Yes. All right. And the next speaker I'm just going to check here is Madam Clerk, can you just confirm with me the next speaker would be speaker number 17?
It's speaker number 17.
Okay. Is on the line. Daniel Snyder.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. You have
Wonderful.
You have up to 5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Daniel Snyder. I'm a lawyer here living in the West End. I'm here to support the motion as is. Although I don't have much direct experience on this issue besides being a consumer of alcohol and caffeine, a book that did hugely influence me was Johann Hari's Chasing the Scream. It highlighted that for all of us, human connection is so vitally important, and that besides drug use, there are other issues intertwined here, driving a special vulnerability in our community. And we all know that there's issues around poverty, homelessness, and racism in our community. My perspective here is to highlight the special vulnerability that criminalization has for those with an immigration status other than Canadian citizen. People living in our community who may not yet be Canadian citizens are especially vulnerable to drug criminalization. Even for permanent residents, their immigration status hangs in the balance. If they receive a sentence of 6 months or greater, this qualifies as serious criminality and will cause them to lose their permanent resident status. Even those who are granted protected status after successful asylum claims can be deported back to their former country in cases of serious criminality. This also takes away an appeal option from their immigration process. So from the perspective of someone who deals with asylum claimants from around the world on a daily basis, the concrete suggestion I have for you is to financially support these vulnerable newcomers to Canada who may find themselves, because of their experiences with trauma, that they may be using hard drugs, that we fund resources that promote connection, things already existing such as Mosaic, Rainbow Refugee for the LGBTQ community, as well as things like psychotherapy, counseling, ways to deal with processing trauma. I know that a lot of this is outside of our basic Medicare system, and I've only been able to benefit from the services of psychotherapy and counseling through a private work plan, and that is a very privileged position. So if we did need to redirect some of the police's money, which I absolutely advocate for, I would promote not forgetting about immigrants and how they are needing to make new connections in our country, and those who have gone through trauma, including those who have are either going through or made it through the asylum process, to help process their trauma. As a lawyer, I also want to apologize for my part for my profession's role in sustaining the status quo. It's been a terrible history over the past century with the war on drugs, and I hope that I and we can use our privilege to promote positive change on this. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And there are no questions for you. Speaker number 18 is Bevan Hunt. Is Bevan on the line?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to Vancouver City Council. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Bevan Hunt, and I live downtown Vancouver. I'm a member of the Liberal Party of Canada, and I'm in favor of motion B4. I'm very proud of the worship and the council to move this motion to the floor. I believe it's very important because I believe that it's not a crime to be poor, a minority, or to use drugs. People are in pain. People have been rejected. It's time to accept and love everybody. Vancouver has always been a champion for drug reform, whether it's cannabis legalization proposed in 2008 that led to the legalization of Bill C-45 in 2018 with cannabis. Cannabis has proved that drugs can be legalized and can have positive effects. And as you may know or may not know, the National Caucus for the Liberal Party approved at convention in 2018 for drug decriminalization, and I believe also the NDP support this as well in the House of Commons. So you have support in the House of Commons. Vancouver has always been a leader, and it's leading with decriminalization, safe supply, and the four pillars model. I also agree with all the other speakers, specifically along the lines of Pivot Legal Society and the Portuguese model not being sufficient enough. And I think that we all need to work towards making Vancouver the prototype for the world in how to do this correctly. And I will do my part as best I can to push forward decriminalization, safe supply, and homelessness, and support UBI going forward. I ask you please to unanimously support this motion and save lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And there are no questions for you. But thank you for speaking.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is speaker number 19, Mitchell Stuckey.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Mitchell. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Mitchell Stuckey. I use he, him pronouns, and I am an uninvited settler living in the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I thank you for bringing forward this important motion, and I'm calling in today to express my full support and urge you to pass the motion as is with no amendments, so that the city truly and fully decriminalizes drug use and doesn't go halfway. If this motion is an attempt to actually save lives, then full decriminalization is the first step that we need, and it's long overdue. I do, however, fully agree with previous caller number 15, who spoke about the hypocrisy and arbitrary stigma around certain stimulants and drugs and legalization of others, and I do support legalization of all drugs. As I know this council is fully aware, we have been losing thousands of people to the drug poisoning epidemic over the last 4 years. As of yesterday, we had 331 COVID deaths in the province. And now that COVID has come along and we have seen the monumental shifts government of all levels is capable of, how much money can be quickly available to save lives and protect people, the drastic changes that can be made to our society, it does leave me wondering why we haven't responded to the drug poisoning epidemic with the same urgency that we've responded to COVID. I'm sad to say that I think the answer is because our society has dehumanized drug users and until now has not valued their lives the same as it does others. I do think this motion is a positive step in the right direction, and I think we should be doing everything we can to save any life, and I support the City Council doing whatever that takes. As a member of the Mount Pleasant community for nearly a decade, it has appeared to me that the biggest effort from the government to deal with the drug poisoning epidemic has been to encourage our communities to know the signs of an overdose and carry naloxone kits around personally. As if the solution to the problem was only if we all carried naloxone at all times, we could prevent overdoses altogether. I understand that that was a provincial response started by the BC Liberals, no less, but it appeared to be by far the most visible campaign, and it's incredibly disheartening to me that the best the government seemed to be offering was asking its citizens to intervene at the last possible moments in order to save someone's life, as if there was nothing that could be done closer to the root of the problem. I want our solutions to look towards the roots of the problem, and I believe this motion is a step in that direction. I want to see our city fully decriminalize personal drugs and drug use. I want to see this council continue pushing for safe supply. I want to see more safe injection sites and any and all things we can do to support drug users to be safe. We have tried decades and decades of tough on drugs approaches, and they are all expensive failures. And we have no less drug use, and we have far more deaths. So let's quit already. You don't have to be an expert in anything to see that none of our punitive approaches work. So instead, let's stop criminalizing drug use and instead try supporting people. Let's stop paying to punish people and instead pay to take care of them. I also hate the idea of using money as any kind of argument when it comes to health and safety, but since it seems to be such a factor in why some people can't get behind supporting causes like this, it would so obviously be cheaper and more effective to take care of people than it is to criminalize and punish. But aside from that, I don't care what it costs. Like, as a citizen of the city, you have my full throated support to do whatever you can to stop this epidemic that is robbing us of far more many people than COVID is. I can so clearly imagine a better society where we care for everyone, we give people the support they need, treat everyone with dignity and respect and value, and everything becomes better for everyone. If that kind of support means providing a safe place for people to live who currently can't afford it on their own, and a safe supply of drugs to use, so be it. It's so offensive to me to think about people in our community dying and that not enough is being done because it costs too much. That is an utter disgrace. So again, I reiterate my full support for this motion that I wish to see it pass with no amendments so that our city can completely decriminalize personal drug use and start saving lives as soon as possible. Thank you so much for this motion and your time.
Thanks very much. And there aren't any questions for you. The next speaker is speaker number 20. On our list, Ryder White. Is Ryder on the line?
I am, Chair. How's it going?
Pretty good, thanks. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to Vancouver City Council. I'll start your timer now.
Lovely. Thanks for taking my call, councillors, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this motion. And I also want to express my incredible depth of admiration for the speakers who have come before me on here and their wealth of lived experience. I feel like I've learned a lot just listening in while I've been waiting since I tuned in at Garth Mullins and everybody since. I'll try to keep it brief. I don't really have, I don't speak as a person with a tremendous amount of lived experience in the world of drug policy, and I will definitely defer to those people and seek to amplify their voices. But I'll speak to you as a resident of Vancouver, someone who lives at Cordova and Heatley, and the father of a 3-year-old daughter. I fully support motion B4, and as other speakers have suggested today, that you all pass it without amendments or adjustments. I think that it is just, it absolutely boggles the mind the way that we as a society have handled drug and substance use over the years. And I just kind of wanted to call today because I wanted to speak as a parent who doesn't want to live in a world where I have to explain to my daughter that we discriminate against people arbitrarily. I'll have to explain that anyway, obviously. But this is definitely something that we have had the power to do, and that all of the science and research has told us is the best course of action and will save the most lives. And she's old enough to understand some things already. She's already understands naloxone. We live in a neighborhood where the sirens are constant, and it's I want to see people live healthily and not have to turn to unsafer sources for substances because they've been pushed underground by criminalization. There was a caller who or I think a few callers have said that this is obviously just a first step, and that one of the next big steps and important steps will be safe supply, and I fully support that as well. But I understand that you all are taking the steps that you can take as a municipal government, and I think that basically brings me to the end of my meandering train of thought. But in any case, I strongly encourage you all to vote in favor, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for speaking to Vancouver City Council, and there aren't any questions for you. I appreciate you taking the time.
Good day.
Speaker number 21 is Noah. And let me just make sure I get this correct. Is it Duransout? My apologies, Noah. If you're there,
No,
you're going to have to correct me.
Yes, no, it's the French name. It's Duranceau, but you were close.
Okay, thank you. And you have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you so much. Good afternoon, councillors. Hope you're having a good day, and I want to thank you for your time. So like I said, my name is Noah Duranceau. I use they, them pronouns. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I've lived here for 24 years. I don't have much lived experience in this, although I do occasionally use alcohol, cannabis, and mushrooms. I support motion B4, and it should be passed as is with no amendments. In agreement with some previous speakers, I think all drugs should be legalized. I think this motion is a step in the right direction. I want to say a quote here from the International Network of People Who Use Drugs 2018 report, Is Decriminalization Enough? Drug User Community Voices from Portugal. Decriminalization must mean just that. Not partial decriminalization, not compulsory drug dissuasion committees, but full decriminalization of people who use drugs. A full removal of criminalizing legislation and policy, as well as penalization and sanctioning related to people's personal drug use. Like many speakers have said before me, the rising number of overdoses during the COVID-19 pandemic is extremely alarming. Rates have skyrocketed largely due to drug prohibition, which creates stigma against drug use, criminalizes and incarcerates people who use drugs, especially those who are poor and racialized. It fuels a toxic drug supply and impedes access to health and harm reduction services. To achieve the benefits of decriminalization, the City of Vancouver and the Vancouver Police Department must provide certainty to people who use drugs that they will not face penal, administrative, or other consequences for possessing drugs for personal use. Also, I'd like to say that I hope that people who have used, are currently using, are included in this discussion to decriminalize. Like your previous speaker said, nothing about us without us. Partnering with Vancouver Coastal Health Authority is good, but it would be great to include the people who are directly impacted by this motion. I worry about the partnership with BPD. I think that it would be a better idea to partner with grassroots organizations in Vancouver who advocate for drug users. As well, BPD should be defunded and money going directly to communities in need and grassroots organizations. That's a different yet related discussion. I urge everyone to read the Vancouver Area Network of Drug Users and Pivot Legal Society joint statement, which supports the motion and calls for full decriminalization. To close, I want to reiterate my support for this motion being passed with no amendments, as well as say that this is only the beginning. Necessary supports that we need as soon as possible include safe supply, affordable housing, healthcare, harm reduction services, and culturally safe programming and services. Ultimately, all drugs should be legalized. Thank you for listening, and I hope you have a great day.
Thanks very much. And there are no questions for you. Thanks for making the
Thank
time
you.
to speak to Council. And Council, I've been advised that the next speaker on the line is speaker number 24. And just want to note as we keep going through the speakers list, as people are calling in, if you've missed your opportunity to speak, we will go through the numbers again, and it's 3, 9, 14, and 22, and 23 so far that have not been able to join. So we will we'll move on to 24. Julia Auke, Executive
Yes,
Director,
Ju-
Megaphone.
That's right. Yeah, Julia Aoki, and I'm here on the call with Nicholas Cryer, also of Megaphone.
Okay, thanks so much for joining us, and you have up to 5 minutes to speak. I'll start your timer now.
Great. Thank you. Hello, everyone. So, yes, my name is Julia Aoki, and I'm the Executive Director of Megaphone Magazine, and I'm here with Nicholas Cryer, also of Megaphone, the coordinator of our Speakers Bureau, and we are here to speak in favor of Motion B4. You may know Megaphone is a low-barrier vendor program and street paper serving people who experience poverty and homelessness in Vancouver and Victoria. Some of you will also know that we run a Speakers Bureau, which is a public awareness program that connects audiences with speakers who have lived experience of drug use to bring attention and understanding to the realities of navigating the world as a drug user. As I said, I'm here with the coordinator of Speakers Bureau, Nicholas Cryer, who, along with his work with Megaphone, is an artist, an advocate, a volunteer. He's peer staff with OPS and a champion for people not heard from, or rather not actively listened to. He's also a conscientious recreational drug user and has a perspective that needs to be heard here today. I'll pass it over to Nicholas in a second, but I just quickly want to comment on why Megaphone felt that a program like the Speakers Bureau was necessary and why we support decriminalization. The Speakers Bureau was started because the staff at Megaphone saw that stigma, the perception that drug use is a negative attribute, was hurting people. Stigma kills. It prevents people from accessing services. It prevents them from talking about drug use. It prevents them from getting what they need to take drugs safely. It's also such a widely condoned outlook that a person who uses drugs will find it more difficult to receive compassionate medical care or basic services unrelated to their drug use. There's no greater source of that stigma than laws that criminalize drug use. So we very enthusiastically support your efforts towards decriminalization and more compassionate society. And with that, I'll pass it over to Nicholas.
Thank you, Julia. On the I'm not here to defend drugs or condemn them. I'm here because I believe that people using drugs, either for pain relief, to cope with trauma, abuse, neglect, or even just because they like getting high to forget the COVID-19 crisis or the housing crisis, should not necessarily have to risk their freedom to buy and use the substances that we all know they will find anyways. It's about giving users the respect and trust to choose responsible options. Speaking of responsibility, our society created this issue of criminalizing honest, hardworking people who current research shows are for the most part tax-paying, family-raising, educated, business-owning, military-serving, health and child care providing citizens, consumers, and leaders, also contributing to that society through their volunteer service or peer engagement work. By criminalizing drug use, those people have been forced to the illicit market, and then we punish them for participating in illegal activity. A stigmatic and permanent kind of punishment which never takes any responsibility for leaving them no choice in the first place. And still, we never even prevented that illegal activity whatsoever. Decriminalization does not just serve drug users. In the ripple effect, it serves justice and healthcare systems who are accountable to anyone who ever cared about a drug user or has any amount of concern or consideration for that drug user's family, their friends, their working relationships, or countless hours and years spent in survival hustling for something which very likely these days that user could easily and accidentally die from. And on top of these people, it will affect the incoming generation. How is up to us? We all talk about safety like we want it for everyone, and I'm sure we all do. But what I see in real life is about 10 times as many fentanyl smokers visiting our overdose prevention unit for smoking supplies as we see injection users. Smokers who then have to convince sit nearby the OPS van so that we can keep an eye on them because they have no safe place to smoke and possibly contaminated drugs. Yet, but because society judges them so harshly and cops arrest them so indiscriminately, usually skipping right over their human rights and their legal rights in the process, they just go and hide in the alley where society doesn't have to look at them or their smoke. My final point is this. A loved one and a very well-known member of the downtown east side community lost both her parents to fentanyl overdose, and neither of them actually did fentanyl. My boss worked in harm reduction for over 10 years and died of a minuscule amount of crack because it was tainted. I don't know anyone in the downtown east side who has not lost someone they had loved because of bad dope. I personally have worked in the arena for 5 long years, doing everything from writing articles to designing research manifestos and touring with theatrical productions on the topic, and I still lost 15 friends in 2020, all of whom would never have harmed anyone, but who the law dared to paint as bad people without even knowing them. Decriminalization of simple possession is simple. It means access to potential for many things, and above them all, the safety and dignity to replace danger and shame. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much. And there aren't any questions for you. And I'm sorry for the loss of your friend. And the next speaker on the line, Council, is speaker number, I believe, let me just check in with the clerk on this one, 25. Fraser McPherson? Fraser on the line?
Oh, hello. Hi, Council.
Hi. Fraser?
Yes, this is Fraser. Hi. My name is Fraser McPherson. Thank you. Thanks so much. My name is Fraser McPherson. I work full-time as a registered nurse here in Vancouver, and I live in Vancouver as well. And I'm calling not on behalf of my workplace, just as from my own experience as a nurse. I work at a community clinic and have been working on the front lines of the intersections of the opioid overdose crisis, as well as the COVID-19 pandemic and the housing crisis in Vancouver. A lot of the clients that I work with use substances and have experienced violence and trauma from the impacts of the criminalization of drugs. And I've had clients who have died during this pandemic of overdose. I think it's important that the motion that's being considered today, B4, which I do fully support, I think it's important that it passes unamended, and in particular, that it does not have any partnerships with police or health authority institutions. I don't feel there's a way to create a partnership with police or health authorities that would not still be coercive. People who use substances in Vancouver, I think, deserve the right to use those substances without fear of imprisonment or of being fined or being forced to attend a health assessment. People who use drugs in Vancouver have requested that this motion for decriminalization be passed without any amendments and in support of full rather than partial decriminalization. And I believe that those folks, and see that from my work, that those folks who use drugs know and understand the realities best, and that we need to listen to their voices and perspectives. I think Vancouver's approach to decriminalization needs to prioritize dignity, autonomy, and human rights rather than a more coercive and punitive measures that would continue to criminalize and police people who use substances or force them into engaging in coercive healthcare encounters. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. And I don't see any questions for you. Council, just bear with me while I check in with the clerk to see our next speaker on the line so we do not have speakers 26, 27, 28, or 29. I will call through the list again, as I've mentioned. Speaker number 30 is Catherine Lamont. Catherine on the line?
Hi. Yeah, hi, I'm here.
Hi, Catherine. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to City Council for the opportunity to speak in support of this motion. My name is Catherine. I go by Katie. I use she, her pronouns. And I've been living on the unceded ancestral territory of the Tsleil-Waututh for about a year now. I first moved to Vancouver and lived uninvited on Musqueam territory. And I currently work in the cannabis industry, the legalized cannabis industry, after having transitioned over from the black market. And I work on the medical cannabis side. I am speaking today strongly in support of this motion. I am also in support that it passes unamended as well. And really, I'd like to reiterate and highlight what so many speakers have said before me, that in regards to the stigma and the effects of the drug war in this city. I myself have lost friends and loved ones to this, to overdose. And I know that it won't stop. So this motion is extremely important in just saving lives. We've seen a wave of decriminalization around the world, and we know it works based on the example, based on scientific data, based on medical data and research. So the time is now. The time was a long time ago. The time is definitely now. And we know that this is not a criminal or penal code issue. Drug use is just a fact of life, really, at this time. And we know that the stigma of drug use kills. I see it all the time in my line of work, even with medical patients on the legal side, just how stigmatized using a psychoactive can be. And so, again, I'd like to strongly reiterate that this motion should pass without any partnerships with a medical institution or a police institution. Of course, police should not be mandated to police people who use drugs. This further entrenches stigmatization of poor, marginalized folks. And decriminalization can help bring down barriers to allow folks to safely access what they need without fearing police intervention. The same goes for medical institutions. I want to highlight that pathologizing drug use will also entrench a different kind of stigma, as highlighted by some really well-spoken folks before me. We know that drug use is a symptom of wider issues, impoverishment, capitalistic development, colonization, intergenerational trauma. So while I'm voicing my strong support for this motion, I'd also like to note that this is just one step in the right direction. We need more action around decolonization, protecting queer and trans folks, protecting our youth, protecting Indigenous women, and protecting Indigenous youth from social services and being scooped, and adequately addressing the housing crisis, defunding the VPD. These are all part and parcel of a more wholesome situation. Drug use is just a symptom, and this motion is just one step in the right direction. So I strongly urge City Council to pass, and I yield my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And there aren't any questions for you.
Okay.
And Council, we have time for one more speaker before our scheduled 5 p.m. recess. And our next speaker is
Pardon the interruption, Chair DeGenova. We do have Speaker 31 just joined.
That's what I was just going to note. Speaker number 31, and I think I just introduced Karen Ward. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. And just to let the other speakers know that we will, after we hear from, actually, could I ask Council that we extend to hear from Karen Ward and any questions of Council to Karen Ward, and then break, and then come back an hour later? Would that be?
So move, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. All in favor, please say yay.
Yay.
Yay. Any opposed? Hearing none opposed, that's what we will do. So, Karen, please go ahead. You've been to Council before, and you have 5 minutes to speak. There may be questions for you afterwards, and to the rest of the speakers, if you don't mind me just saying this, we will be back just after 6 p.m. likely, and we'll resume with speakers, debate, and decision. And I'll start your timer now, Karen.
Thank you. I'm really glad, happy to be able to speak to this motion today, and I want to make a few suggestions that to move forward with this, because I'm so happy to hear from everybody and who are expressing some hope and a sense of momentum. Boy, like, we need that. Today was terrible. We got the monthly update from the coroner, and it's a very frustrating thing to reflect on. It's because these things don't actually happen in monthly cycles. It's just an accumulation of death that's been going on for 5 years, and and it's going to get worse unless there's significant and substantial change from all levels of government and all the powers in society. I mean, the medical system, the policing system, the judiciary, and all the ways in which we live, the ways that we work, the way that the people who think they have nothing to do with it. It is about them too, very much so. It is about the past, it is about the future, and we've got to be conscious about these changes. The first suggestion I want to suggest that you do, in fact, amend this, and that the conversation that needs to take place is actually not so much with the police. We've read in detail the suggestions from the proposal from the Canadian Chiefs of Police. Their proposal, which they released in the beginning of July, read that in detail, and I'm not sure. I don't know if it's real or not. However, the people that you need to talk to in this conversation are drug users who live in the residents, and the point of this motion is to me is to recognize that drug users are residents of the city too, that we are not those people, that we are us, actually, and that this is actually about the right to the city and about us becoming people who actually just speak for ourselves and actually become people who develop this kind of policy and have that kind of control over our own lives. That's actually about recovery. And that's actually the way forward. And, the other thing, I want to point this out, that if we can take this big step towards the decriminalization, you know what, who is also going to have an impact on? Doctors, who are going to feel a little bit more able to prescribe. And as the coroner said today, there's hesitation there. That despite all the power that they have in society, they're hesitant to be associated with drug users, even though that's how far away we are right now. And that's a horrible thing. So let's use this motion to knock that down, because that's a barrier. It's not ours. It's actually the barriers that people put around us. So I want to suggest that this process go forward and consciously and thoughtfully and explicitly include drug users, not organizations of drug users, because drug users are all of us. And I think we need to just change the way we think about that, because because all we're talking about here is what's a good drug and what's a bad drug, and how does a chemical compound make somebody a bad person. We need to shake this up and shake it out of our heads, because that's the poison that we all have been, we all have that. And this is just killing us all. Boom. Thanks.
Thanks very much. You have a question from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks. Thanks so much, Karen, for just all your advocacy, your education, and your work on this issue. I so much appreciate it. I think I heard you on the radio, actually, on CBC, talking on the early edition about this situation and why it's important to move forward with decriminalization because of the stigma, not just for the users, but the stigma that doctors felt in prescribing. I wonder if you could just elaborate a bit more for council.
Sure. I mean, it's a hesitation, and I've heard people express this, and you see it happen. And then I've talked to some doctors who actually told me about the way that they talk amongst themselves and say, well, that's just, if I do that, people will just say I'm a drug dealer, and that you're enabling dependence or something like this. And I had this conversation with some doctors, and I said, well, aren't you how does this thing happen where this drug, the dependence on this substance is terrible, and then but this one is fine, and they're like, oh, well, this is it's because of how we recognize what pain is, what is illness, what's okay to feel, what isn't, it's a very old and strange thing that there are certain things which are prohibited, and actually, I think it goes way back. I think it comes out of the Judeo-Christian tradition of thou shalt not. You cannot do this because I said so, because that's how you recognize who's in power, because it's completely arbitrary, and it's just about separating the self from the other. And that's the doctor, right? The doctor is the one with power, so you can't tell them what you want. They have to tell you, and I think that's what it gets down to.
So, do you think decriminalizing currently illicit drugs would actually enable more people to be able to access safe supply through the medical system?
Yeah, I do, and I think that what we're trying to do is get the exemption for the controlled drugs. So that's the exemption on drugs. So we're drugs being criminalized, and the fuzzy line or the blurry line is how do we get to criminalizing a thing and to people? we criminalize people because that's what, and I want to emphasize this. That's a good question. Decriminalizing people is actually up to us. It's a responsibility that users have to take on and say, well, now I'm in control of my future because I can stand up and just I don't have to hide, right? Then,
and Councillor Carr, that is your time.
Yes, thank you very much for answering my questions.
Thank you very much. And that's all the questions for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, have a good dinner.
Thanks so much. And council will be back at 6:05. So for speakers who still have to speak, and even if you are past the speaker number 31, we'll be calling through the list again. Please follow along at Van City Clerk for updates, and we'll reconvene speakers after our recess at 6:05 p.m. Thanks, Council. We're in recess now.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. Your access code is not valid. Welcome to TELUS Conferencing.
All right, so I believe we left off at speaker number 31. And we are resuming with the Standing Committee on City Finances and Services do we have speaker number 32 on the line?
Yeah.
Speaker, oh, sorry, Councillor Wiebe, you may want to mute. Clerk, do we have speaker number 32 on the line?
Vice Chair Fry, we do not have speaker number 32. I'm advised that our next speaker is number 35.
Speaker number 35, Donald McPherson. Okay.
I'm just on the line. I'm trying to speak. I'm 32.
Oh, okay. Zoe Luba? Sorry,
hey, I'm speaker 30.
Hi, Zoe Luba, speaker number 32. You're coming in a bit intermittently. Do you have a connection issue?
Can you hear me now? I can speak louder.
Yeah,
Is that
that's
okay?
perfect.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. You have 5 minutes starting now.
Okay, thank you. Can everyone, I'm going to speak loudly so people can hear me. I just wanted to first acknowledge that I'm speaking on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations that are still under colonial occupation by the city of Vancouver and the Canadian state. I just wanted to speak in favor of this motion to decriminalize drugs in the city of what's known as Vancouver, and I just wanted to express that I don't want the motion to be changed in a way that might lead to any pathologization or criminalization or stigmatization. I really want it to be passed as is without any stimulations. We're in an overdose crisis, and it's a really big concern. I saw up to council last time I spoke about the overdose crisis, so I'm going to try to not do that this time, but I'm just really in support of this motion. I think it's really, really vital. It'll save lives. Far too many people are dying and being murdered by state-sanctioned violence by not decriminalizing drug use. And I live in the city of, or what's known as the city of Vancouver. I am in your constituency, and that's everything.
Okay, thanks very much, Zoe Luba. I don't see any questions, so thank you for joining us. Next, we have speaker number 35, Donald McPherson. Is Donald McPherson on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. You have 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be addressing you on such an interesting and what I think is a truly exciting motion. And I congratulate you on behalf of the Canadian Drug Policy Coalition, a coalition of over 50 organizations across Canada advocating drug policies based on public health, human rights, evidence, and social inclusion, for having the courage to have this discussion at this time of a dual public health emergencies. The coalition is based within the Faculty of Health Sciences at Simon Fraser University, and we wish to support Mayor Stewart's motion. The coalition acknowledges and adopts the submissions made to Council by the HIV/AIDS Legal Network, the Van Duke Pivot Legal Society on this matter. Those submissions set out the evidence and rationale for decriminalization and the manner in which decriminalization could be most effective at enhancing public health and supporting human rights. Specifically, our coalition recommends that no administrative sanctions, involuntary interventions, or other punitive measures be put in place with decriminalization for the reasons outlined in their submission. I would also like to remind Council that there have been significant number of calls for decriminalization over the years. In 1994, Vince Kane, BC's chief coroner at the time, called for a commission to be set up to explore how to implement decriminalization of small amounts of drugs for personal use. It was during the beginning of the overdose crisis of the 90s, which was devastating. He understood how wasteful in terms of time, money, and lives that the practice of criminalizing people who use drugs was.
Coroner Kane was one of the strongest voices at the time in calling for the reallocation of funds from the criminal justice system to fund health and social approaches to drugs. He clearly saw we were spending so many resources in the wrong area. There are 170 organizations listed on the submission from the HIV Legal Network, but I do want to highlight a few, including the Canadian Mental Health Association, the Canadian Public Health Association, the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, the Health Officers Council of BC, Chief Medical Health Officer of BC, Vancouver Coastal Health, Toronto Public Health, and Montreal Public Health, as well as BC's Chief Coroner. Support certainly within the public health community and now the policing community is stronger than ever. For the coalition, we've made our two top priority policy goals, working towards achieving decriminalization of all currently illegal substances for personal use and eventually the legal regulation of all drugs. We see decriminalization as a critical first step in a process of extracting ourselves from an outdated policy framework, prohibition, created in the early part of the 19th century, imbued with colonial values, and one that has for all of these years prescribed severe punishments and stigmatization under the criminal law for simple use of a so-called controlled substance. As a foundation of our public policy in the area of drugs, it has been an abysmal and catastrophic public policy failure, and today's update from the Chief Coroner is yet another tragic reminder of the severe harm it continues to create. I agree with the wise words of Karen Ward and others who have spoken earlier when they advise governments to work with people who use drugs to best understand how policy impacts the very people whose lives are most at risk. We urge you to pass this motion, and we will work with other processes in the future, whether it be provincial and at the federal level, to ensure that decriminalization remains in its purest form, removing an extremely harmless policy off of the shoulders of people who use substances. Earlier, one of the councillors was asking what more the city could do, because some people have said decriminalization is not going far enough. Recommendation 24 of the city's prevention strategy, preventing harm from psychoactive substances, passed in 2005. You could take this up, perhaps wait a few weeks after we get through this round. And it calls that the federal government initiate a process of reviewing Canada's legislative, regulatory, and policy frameworks governing illegal drugs with regard to their effectiveness in preventing and reducing harm from problematic drug use and their effectiveness in enabling municipalities to better address the harm from the sale and use of these substances at the local level, and establish a process with broad participation to consider regulatory alternatives to the current policy of prohibition for currently illegal drugs. That would be a wonderful next step to pick up that recommendation from 2005 and begin to work towards that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. McPherson. I thought we had Chair DiGenova back, but and here she is.
I am back now, I think. Can you hear me now? Thanks. I've just switched over the cellular network, hoping that's a little bit better. And I know that we had some council members with questions. I believe Councillor Swanson was first. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Donald, for your presentation. The first thing I wanted to ask is, could you email us this initiative that you just quoted so that we'll have the exact wording and want to make a motion?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, great. And the second thing is something I talked to you about earlier, is that the motion says that we're asking to decriminalize personal possession for medical purposes. And I'm just wondering if you think it's okay that it says for medical purposes in there in case someone gets stopped and the person that's stopping them thinks that they aren't using the drugs for medical purposes, would they be arrested?
No, I don't think that would be the case. We would prefer to have seen it for purposes in the public that were in the public interest, which is the third way an exemption can be approved. That's broader, but I'm not. If that's possible, that would be a good amendment to the motion. I guess our concern, I think we have the same concern that you do, in that we would prefer for decriminalization to be blanket removal of criminalization. This is a harmful policy we're trying to remove from the environment. And we believe there's good evidence that when removed, it will help to change the behavior of people who use substances in terms of accessing services, police, the way they interact with people who use substances, and citizens who no longer grow up with the stigmatizing policy framework teaching them about substances and people who use them. The Portuguese were very clear that a foundation of their approach is decriminalization. It's very building block of what they're trying to do there.
Okay, thank you. That's great.
Thanks. And Mayor Stewart.
Thanks so much. Yep. Again, thank you very much, Mr. McPherson, for calling in today and for all your work on this file. I'm just wondering if, kind of short question, if we can call on you if this motion passes to help us think about implementing how this might move forward, and if you'll continue your advocacy with us if this motion passes with the federal government.
Oh, absolutely. And I want to applaud the city because in drug policy at a global level, and we're involved in international work, change happens from the ground up. And municipalities were integral to changes made in Switzerland, Germany, the Netherlands, Spain in the 80s and 90s. So municipalities really, I know sometimes people say, well, this is not our jurisdiction, or people have said to me, well, what's it mean? They're just going to write a letter. Yeah, that's true. But they're also taking a stand, and they're taking a stand that's grounded in years of experiential learning about policies that aren't working. So it's really, I really applaud the courage of you, Mr. Mayor, and council, who have struggled so hard over the years to push forward towards a better outcome for all of us.
Thanks very much for your time this evening, and as always.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. And I have some questions for you, if that's all right. I'm just going to start my own timer here. And my first question, let me just advance myself there. My first question, thanks so much for making the time to speak on this, and thank you for your work. We wouldn't be as far, I know we're not as far along as we need to be, but wouldn't be this far along without you, Mr. McPherson. So just wanted to say that first. And then my question was about specifically sort of looking at criminalization, and I did hear your presentation. Is there any concern for you that, personal possession is one thing, trafficking is something completely different? I know Portugal and their model, they're very clear about what is allowed for personal possession. And it's a 10-day supply, and they have it outlined by grams. Do you think that that's important to draw a line between that? I mean, we heard from Vancouver Coastal Health before when we'd asked about decriminalization on another matter. They did show us how it kind of linked to other activity and the people on the other side of that. I'm not suggesting that's a law and order issue right here and right now in this, but do you think it's important that we define what personal possession is? Or does that not matter at all here? If I can ask.
Oh, I think it's an important issue, and I would weigh in on it after the health authority has sat down and done some serious work on this. The threshold issue is an important one. I think we would probably look at see a threshold as a floor. So if you have an under a certain amount, then you're clearly it's very clear that this is not a criminal offense, but not if you're over a certain amount. I think there are lots of people whose use varies in terms of the rates of use, who may be having a larger supply than others because they only purchase once in a while. They live in a remote place. There's all sorts of, it's really complicated, and we don't want to make it worse for people. So I know Vancouver Coastal Health is going to sit down and wrestle with these issues and come up with some options.
Okay, and I only have about 20 seconds left, but we've heard some criticisms of the Portugal model, and while no model is going to be perfect, do you think that there's some things we could learn and implement there from Portugal as well?
No, absolutely. We can learn a lot from Portugal. They implemented it in 2001. That was a long time ago. So they were constrained by the thinking 20 years ago. This is 2020.
And I'm so sorry to stop you, but that's my time. And as chair, I have to hold myself to the same, if not a higher standard. But Councillor Hardwick has questions for you, and maybe she'll ask one that continues on, lets me hear that answer, but I'm not sure if she will. We'll see. Councillor Hardwick.
Sorry, I'm going in another direction. Can you hear me?
Figured you might be.
Yep.
Yes, of course.
Yep.
Great, thank you. I believe what the interest here is in finding balance, and through decriminalizing drugs, that's a step towards a larger balance, with the intent of removing harm from the drug user. How do you balance that with any harm that might be done directly, intentionally or not intentionally, to people affected by the drug user?
Well, I think by removing harm from people who use drugs, we're helping the whole community. Decriminalization will help people who need services access those services. It will save resources on addressing sort of
possession. Possession of illegal substances, right?
Yeah, people.
So that's removed. Sorry to interrupt you.
No problem. No problem. It's an interesting question. So many resources are wasted. For example, in Portugal, 75% of the visits to the dissuasion committees are for cannabis users. So many people do not end up going to those dissuasion committees. That's one of the critiques of their system. I guess if criminalization is the other parts of decriminalization, and the motion I read at the end from an old city report really gets at the harms to other people in the community, in the sense that the robust and enduring criminal market is propagated by the criminalization of substances and the creation of the illegal markets. That's where the
Right.
harm people come from.
So removing the pushers and the criminal aspect of buying and selling of drugs is removed. I get that. I appreciate it. I'm totally straight with that. There are other outcomes of that I'm trying to balance out in understanding this. And I know I only get 3 minutes now, but I appreciate your helping me understand.
Well, I'm not sure if I have, but happy to talk another time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologies. I just got a text from Councillor DeGenova. She's still having problems, so it's Vice Chair Fry here. I'll just advance Councillor Kirby-Yung next on the queue.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Thanks, Mr. McPherson, for being here and speaking. I heard an interview that you did last week, I think it was, on Global TV, and it was compelling to me because you talked about a broad range of measures that you felt were necessary in terms of sort of thinking just beyond decriminalization, and sort of said that, you know, we de facto we have that here. There's a benefit, certainly in terms of stigma and formalization of it. But you spoke about things like access to treatment, but I also thought I heard you mention access to work programs and that, and I was curious about that, and if you could expand further on it.
Well, I know it's money and work are two problems when you're a heavily stigmatized person who's been sort of shut out of society and living in a criminalized environment. So I know in Europe there are a variety of programs for people to gain meaningful work. And that's another way of eliminating and reducing stigma, and ensuring that people have funds to move towards a different state of well-being should they choose to. So, there's a lot of substance use. The majority of substance use is not problematic substance use, and that criminalization for those people is also not a good thing for our society. It depends on who you're talking about, really. If you're talking about people who present and self-identify as people who are looking for help, looking for housing, looking for employment, all of these things add up to a sort of holistic approach for people. What we need is a wide array of opportunities for people to engage in.
Is there a particular European example of a country or initiative that's sort of really focused on work programs or something that you would cite or suggest is a good one to?
Well, the city of Frankfurt had some interesting work programs that were in the area of gardening and landscaping and planting trees and those sorts of programs. Amsterdam has done some work at the municipal level as well. And I know the Portuguese were very clear about social assistance and connecting people to various workforces. So I could look around and see if I could find something for you.
Yeah, no, that would be terrific. I'd love to read more about those. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here to speak.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. McPherson. That's all your questions. Now we'll be moving on to speaker number 36, and that's Tanya Fader, Director of Housing from the PHS.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Hi. It sounded good. Thanks. You have 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to be brief because you've already heard a lot of really valuable and valid information from the previous callers. Just want to say, while recognizing and appreciating that our board of directors have submitted a letter of support for this very motion, we feel it is important as the staff leadership of PHS to also voice our support for decriminalization of substances within the City of Vancouver, and we also hope that other Canadian cities and levels of government follow this council's lead. Having been a longtime proponent of harm reduction and as the organization with the most experience with exemption and whose exemption-based programming is among the best studied in the world, with rare experience in the vortex of overlaid public health emergencies, we, the PHS, say that this proposal, along with safe supply, are the most essential means of addressing the harms and barriers faced by those members of our communities facing the greatest challenges to wellness and access to regular benefits and opportunities. Our society is capable of providing for safer, healthier, and more meaningful existence. To be clear, it is not only substance-reliant individuals who will benefit from decriminalization, as we can all expect to see less crime, less violent behavior, less disease, and as a society overall, we benefit by not losing intelligent, caring, diverse, and talented neighbors, friends, and family to incarceration and other negative interactions with punitive and prohibitive systems of stigma and practice. I personally have lost so many loved ones to preventable overdose deaths, and so I thank you in advance for passing this motion without amendment. Thank you.
And thank you. And you have no questions. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Speaker number 37 is not with us, so we'll be jumping to speaker number 38, Ian Waddell, President Ian G. Waddell and Associates Incorporated.
And I'm back.
Hi, can you hear me?
Vice Chair Fry. Thanks. And thanks.
Can you hear me all right?
Sounding good, Mr. Waddell, and
okay.
Chair DeGenova's back.
To Mayor and City Council, I've been listening to all these excellent briefs for a number of hours now, and I was thinking, I used to be an MP for 15 years and a provincial minister for 5, and I've never worked so hard as you guys do.
Thanks so much. Thanks.
And I want to, as a simple taxpayer, now thank you for your service and your patience, okay? Thank you. And by the way, don't increase my taxes too much, okay? Anyway, I want to join with these presenters in supporting, I think it's the mayor's motion, to ask the federal government to decriminalize narcotic drugs, and it, of course, has provincial implications. I was looking at the figures. Bonnie Henry's on TV right now with some of the figures on the virus, 400 people. Look at the number of deaths with opioids overdose. It's really a crisis and tragic. You can't compare the two, but you can note the difference. I've lost friends. A young actor, Leif Bridgman, talented young guy, gone. So we got to do it, and this is the first step, or another step. Let me put it that way. Can I say a little bit to the NPA counselors on there, if I might, friends, I hope, and I think they are. I worked with Philip Ohm in the Olympics, 2010 Olympics. I think he's a great guy, and I thought he was very courageous in his work with the opioid problem when he was mayor. So I point that out to you. Whatever you're thinking on this motion, think of Philip, because I think this is a continuation of his work. And as far as the NDP, Mr. Mayor and other people and my friends in the province, can I tell a little story? This is new stuff. It's not really being told. I'll tell it to you. It was in the early 1970s. And I was a city prosecutor, assistant city prosecutor, and then I became defense counsel with Slippery Sid Simons at Maine and Hastings, did many drug cases, okay? A fellow called Mike Harcourt came to me and said he wanted to go into politics. He did not too badly. And he said, will you take over the Vancouver Community Legal Assistance, Storefront Lawyers, V-Class? And I did. And through that, the NDP were elected government in 1972, the Barrett government. And they set up an alcohol and drug commission. And I was appointed to that commission. And it came from, the head was Peter Stein, who had come from the Ledane Commission federally on that. And they were seriously, so the last time the feds really seriously looked at decriminalization, all that time ago. and they set up this provincial commission. And Levy was an Englishman and a social worker. Barrett was a social worker. Levy had taken some people to England in the heroin experiment, pre-heroin experiment program. And and they asked us to look at our commission in 1975 to look at legalization and so on. Not many people know that. So I'd say to my provincial colleagues, my NB colleagues, look at that history. 45 years ago, it's taken to this time. So I support the motion. I want to say, by my own opinion, is we should legalize. You know, this is the next step is legalization, but it takes a while to move the Canadian public. You know, if you think about it, you know, you think of some poor person in downtown East Side who's a heroin addict and who needs heroin, and so steals or breaks into my car and takes my recorder or something, you know, and what he does is he you know, he sells it, makes a little money. Under this decriminalization, he will now be able to buy. He will buy again from bad street drugs. Now a little bit better. If he gets stopped by the cops, he won't get busted because it's decriminalized. He can go to the inside. Thank you. He won't die because he should have. But he's still getting dirty drugs. So the state has to give the heroin, and it has to be done directly. But that's the next step. This is a step now, and that's got to be debated with the Canadian public. This is a good step. It shows that BC is once again a national leader, and I support it completely. The decriminalization now, and hopefully I'll get what I want later in the future. That's my submission.
Thanks very much. And you have questions first from Councillor Carr and then from Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Yep, thanks, Mr. Waddell, so much for coming to speak to us. Always interesting to hear from you. So you've been in government federally, obviously provincially as well. So tell me if there's anything you think we can do as a council, and certainly our mayor is out there doing this, but that you think would be helpful in terms of persuading those in the federal government right now to proceed with decriminalizing?
Well, there's a young fellow that submitted a submission to you earlier. He said he was a young liberal and he was in favor of this. Get him to take it to Trudeau, okay? Follow it up and get him to take it to Trudeau. And a bigger answer is that I think we're weak provincially and we're weak municipally in dealing with the federal government. I was the last minister provincially of intergovernmental affairs. There's no minister now. I'm hoping that some of those new Cullen, Murray Rankin and Finn Donnelly, some of the new MLAs who have federal experience could maybe convince the premier, and we'll find out tomorrow, could have a new intergovernmental minister who could take these things to Ottawa. And I think you need to get a better system too, to take it to your concerns to Ottawa, you know, maybe a little bit better system with the local MPs, with the things to find a way that you can get your voice heard. I found it out, man. It's a long way to Ottawa, and you have to be honest. And it's a good question, and I think you will get that. But you've got national news on this, and so you're getting somewhere, you know. That's good.
Good. Yeah, good. Thanks. Yeah, I did take note of that speaker, Bevan Hunt. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. Good ideas. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Yung, question.
Hi, Mr. Waddell. Thanks for being here to speak to council. And I appreciated your reference about Philip Owen. He did certainly lead in this area, and actually sat down with him and had a long conversation about this when I was thinking about running for council. I guess my question is, because you referenced that the government needs to provide the drugs, and if you're aware that this council has advocated very strongly for safe supply and successfully through NCM, and our Councillor By serves as our rep there in terms of advocacy and support for that. So I don't know if you were aware of that, but what I hear you saying fundamentally really is that we have to keep pushing the envelope and we need to go further and beyond just simply decriminalizing, because people are still going to be taking poison drugs. Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Well, it's pretty obvious. The drugs are poison. So how are we going to deal with it? We deal with it by making them not poison. And who's going to, and then we don't have poison alcohol because we have the liquor distribution branch distributing it, you know? So, but what I'm trying to say, in the real political world, you have to move, you can't get too far ahead of public opinion. So you have to move the public. And I think they're moving that way. We're moving to health versus, God, the cops are on board. Jesus, that's pardon my language, but that's a little different than the 1970s, I'll tell you. And that's great. Good for them. And that's very helpful.
So where do you think, how far do you think that we can push at this point? Where do you think public sentiment is following up on that?
I think you should pass this motion and you send it on, and then you get back to dealing with my taxes and things like that. And you've done what you have to do. You've attended, and then follow it up. Get somebody, or maybe one of your councillors or somebody in the mayor's office or something, to follow this up with Ottawa and follow it up with the province. And you've got MLAs here that can follow up provincially and then through the premier's office federally. And that's how you do it.
Okay. No, my question I meant a little bit more in terms of, you said you have to get the public on
go
side,
ahead.
but
I'm sorry. Maybe I didn't understand. You want to rephrase your question?
Maybe I can clarify a little bit. That's helpful. But you said that you need to you can't get too far ahead of public opinion. And I just wondered how far do you think public opinion is moving at this point?
I think it's for decriminalization. It's a little hesitant on legalization. I think it's going, oh, wow, gee, you can't give a bunch of addicts drugs or something. I think the public needs to know also that and you have to phrase it with a program of rehabilitation too, and that will go with the public. If you twin it with legalization and rehabilitation, give people a chance to get off drugs. That's what the public would like to see. And finally, we just want to add other thing that we keep thinking of all these deaths are from the downtown east side. I represented Port Moody Coquitlam once for 5 years in the House after Vancouver Kingsway. There's teenage girls dying, you know, from overdoses with bad drugs.
Sorry, Mr.
It was real. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry.
That's
what I'm
Councillor
trying to
Kirby-Young's time.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Can I just summarize there, Clerk? And just saying we need to realize it's a bigger problem than just the downtown east side. It applies to a lot of other people, and that's where you'll get political support.
And you learned how to talk fast too. That's great. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. It's actually the chair. It's Councillor DiGenova. Thank you, Mr. Waddell. I was trying to let you finish your sentence, but at some point I have to, as I've said before, be fair with time. So thank you. Thanks for speaking to us. And the next speaker, number 39, is Alexandra Calbury. Is Alexandra on the line?
Thank you so much, Councillor DiGenova, and thank you very much, Mayor, for this opportunity to speak. I'm not a resident of Vancouver. Volunteering often brings me in. I support Mayor Stewart's motion to apply for a federal exemption to apply simple drug possession in Vancouver, and specifically, I support the criminalization of simple drug possession. The VPD claims a drug policy that is dedicated to protecting the vulnerable, and yet many of Vancouver's most vulnerable have repeatedly stated that they feel underprotected and over-policed. The way police approach personal possession in Canada is at best draconian and at worst barbaric. The Vancouver Police Department's own drug policy supports stigmatizing drug use and subscribes to the idea that this serves as a legitimate method of deterrence. Not only is this a horrible way to treat our most vulnerable people, but it also alienates drug users by discouraging them from accessing help and harm reduction services. Worse, charges for personal possession can have long-lasting impacts on people's ability to obtain employment, education, and housing, reinforcing the cycle of poverty that brings many people to seek out drugs in the first place. Our country has a shameful and horrific history of systemic discrimination against Indigenous, Black, and people of color. In some cases, intergenerational trauma and ongoing widespread discrimination has pushed these marginalized populations to seek coping mechanisms which we have in turn further stigmatized and criminalized. While the VPD has argued that racism does not exist in its institution, I'd argue that their policies and actions as currently exist say otherwise. We need a community that creates policies that not only intend to do good, but actually do so in practice. We need a community that truly protects its most vulnerable. This motion is a small step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And I don't see any questions for you. Thanks for speaking.
Great, thank you very much.
Just the next speaker, number 40, is on the line.
Hi, yeah, I'm here.
Annie?
Hi, yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
And to speak to council.
Oh, sorry, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me, Annie?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. And please go ahead. I'll start your timer now. I'll
Awesome,
restart.
thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Annie Foreman-Mackey, and I am currently a first-year medical student at UBC. I'm here speaking on behalf of over 75 medical students in Vancouver who signed on in support for Motion B4 to allow the City of Vancouver to apply for an exemption under Section 56 of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to decriminalize possession of controlled substances for personal use for all people in the City of Vancouver. You should have all received my letter yesterday. I heard back from a few of you, and I just wanted to run through some of the major points that I wanted to highlight. So we've already heard from so many incredible speakers today sharing their wisdom and experiences, and I know that you are all very familiar with the statistics pointing to continued and tragic increases in overdose and drug toxicity deaths. Today, BC communities face dual crises with the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbating existing health, social, and economic inequities. It is very clear that the war on drugs has failed and that criminalization only serves to increase harm, further entrench stigma, and create more barriers to accessing health and social services for people who use drugs. Criminalization causes negative health outcomes and disproportionately impacts Black, Indigenous, and other racialized, marginalized, and already over-policed communities. It fuels a toxic, illegal drug market and brings about significant economic costs. So as medical students, we're committed to building the skills necessary to protect the health of and serve the needs of all British Columbians in the coming years. As such, we're invested in ensuring that our patients, family, friends, and loved ones live in an environment that supports health rather than incites harm. As future healthcare providers, we are committed to meeting people where they are at, to being inclusive, and seeking to reduce barriers to accessing essential health and social services. Health is a fundamental human right. So admittedly, very early in my own medical training, my peers and I are already seeing firsthand the negative impacts of criminalization on the health and well-being of our patients. Drug use is a health concern, not a criminal justice issue, and our collective strategies must reflect this. It is long overdue to pursue decriminalization of drugs for personal possession as a means to reduce the harms associated with criminalization and move towards a public health approach to drug policy. We therefore ask members of council to immediately support this motion to decriminalize personal possession of controlled substances within the City of Vancouver. Well, this is only one piece of a comprehensive approach to substance use, and we ultimately want to see federal law reform. It is within your power as council to take immediate action to minimize the harms of criminalization within our community. I'll echo what other speakers have eloquently said already about the necessity of full decriminalization without added punitive measures. It is also essential that people who use drugs are central in the decision-making process at every step of the way in designing and implementing this strategy. We hope that in passing this motion and by taking meaningful steps away from harmful prohibitionist policies towards evidence-based, health-oriented approaches to drug use, Vancouver sets a positive precedent for the rest of BC and Canada as a whole. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And I don't see any questions for you.
Great,
Our
thanks.
next speaker is, thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Luba.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Hi, can you hear me, Emily? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Can
you hear me?
you. Can you hear me? Yes. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay. I'm going to start your timer now. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll start recognizing that police, Coast Salish territories, occupied Coast Salish territories, this is really important to do, not just because I'm a settler on these lands or a colonizer, but also because when we're talking about drugs, we have to look at the disproportionate impact on Indigenous communities. I'll try to keep this brief. There's been a lot of really great speakers, and I'm definitely in support and really, really hope that that this motion passes. I'll echo those who talk about the importance of people who use drugs being really involved in shaping the policy. Otherwise, it's going to be disjointed from the needs of a particular community. Secondly, and just can you hear me still? Did I cut out there?
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Okay, so yeah, I can. So second point is thinking about the term medical reasons for using drugs. I'm a bit wary of this. A lot of people aren't able to access a clinic, or they don't want to. For example, a lot of times due to racial profiling or anti-poor biases, people go to clinics, they go to hospitals for pain, for ailments, and they're accused of just wanting drugs. They're accused of just wanting a place to be doors, or they're just simply like spoken to really poorly, really belittling. So if the medical reason for using needs somebody to have some kind of like paper or form or something from a social worker have also been incredibly violent in Indigenous communities. Their legacy is with residential schools. So I'm wary of that. I wouldn't want that to turn into something that people need like proof that they're using drugs for medical reasons. And people are going through a lot of different things, mental health, physical health. So I think that there should be freedom that people can use when they need to use, because as so many people, it legitimately is going to save lives. I also, as people, so third point is, it will just echo the idea that I wouldn't want to turn into, if people are police, so if somebody presents as though they are living on the street, they're probably going to be accused because of the stigma that they're, it's not for medical reasons, right? But of me, like, I don't know, like a white woman wearing, I don't know, whatever. They're not going to accuse me of, they're going to assume I'm using drugs for medical reasons, right? But a lot of people aren't like granted that innocence. So I'm definitely wanting it to be not turn into people being pulled over and asked, like, where are your papers? It should just be, and I'm probably somewhat through my time, so yeah, it should be, people should be free to use. So I guess I next step thinking about making sure drugs are clean. A few speakers before me brought up the clinic in the UK, which I actually hadn't heard about. Interested in for sure. Things like what's happening in Portugal, and just more testing sites. So a lot of tests being mixed now. Last thing I'll say is just the presence of incredibly aggressive dealers who track people down and are giving shit that's not clean and that is killing people. That cycle when people, for survival purposes, have to abuse other people, that part of that can stop if this motion passes and people aren't criminalized at all for using and are able to use safely. It's also going to make it less hidden, you know? People aren't going to
want to go use alone because it's more of an open thing. And yeah, I think that's really beneficial. That's probably all. That's all I feel really useful for me to add right now. But just really hope this goes through, and I'd like to thank so many people who've shared their personal experiences and knowledge today. So thank you.
Thanks very much. And there aren't any questions for you. Council, that's the last speaker, but as per our pilot, I'm going to go through the list and just see if there's anyone else on the line. I just wanted to note that, first of all, speakers 3, 14, 22, 23, 26, 27, 28, 29, 34, and 37. They'll have the opportunity to speak. I'm just going to check with the clerk to see who is on the line. Just bear with me for a moment, please, Council. Else on the line. Madam Clerk? Can you hear me, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, I just wanted to make sure I hadn't lost connection again. Thanks. And is there anyone else on the line at this point?
Chair DiGenova, there is no one else on the line.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure everyone had that opportunity. And then, Council, is there any discussion on this? I'll move us to the main queue. And Councillor Kirby-Yung to the motion, moved by Mayor Stewart.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I have sent in an amendment that I'd like to provide as an addition to the mayor's motion. And I do want to say that I'm supportive of this move to formally decriminalize the practice that has been in place in Vancouver, but recognize that, the formalization of it provides additional benefits. But the spirit of the amendment is really, I think, well expressed by a couple of the speakers, particularly that we had tonight. One was Guy Felicella, who has significant lived experience, and I think that he has been an inspiration for many in terms of his journey and how long he took, but coming out the other side in the life that he's living now. And he spoke to the need for a range and a suite of options, and particularly to the importance of treatment, in his case, medical diagnosis, different therapies, and so on. And then we also heard from Donald McPherson, who spoke also quite compellingly about the need for a wide array of measures. And I think that, this council has done some fantastic work in terms of advocating for safe supply. And as mentioned, Councillor Bly took that forward and championed that at FCM with a successful resolution. And I think we can continue to follow sort of that direction and pushing the envelope further and trying to be a bit bolder here. And so that's the spirit of the amendment that is on screen. And I'll just read sort of the key points of it. And again, it's stressing this is in addition to the motion. And it says further that council acknowledge that a spectrum of measures are necessary to address the ongoing opiate overdose crisis, including the need for additional treatment and therapy options. And further that council direct the mayor to advocate vociferously and write to the federal and provincial governments, including the respective ministers of health, for expanded investment in and access to mental health and addictions treatment services and therapy options towards shifting the paradigm and working to break the cycle of addictions and overdose deaths in Vancouver. And so really it's about moving to that next level of advocacy and building upon this work, and appreciate the mayor bringing the motion forward. So I'd like to see council continue to lead in this area, and that's the spirit of the amendment.
Thanks. Mayor Stewart.
Yep, just wanted to say thanks to Councillor Kirby-Yung for bringing this forward, and I support this. And vociferous is my middle name, so I'm ready to go if we add this. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Hardwick to the amendment moved by Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yes, I support this amendment because I really want to see the mayor advocate vociferously. That'll be a great one. Let us know how it goes. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hardwick. All right, you're done there. Okay. Council then. Oh, Councillor Swanson. Go ahead to the amendment moved by Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, there's elements of this that are good. I know lots of people that use drugs that say they do need more options and jobs and income. But it just disturbs me that we're saying this about opiates. First of all, it's not so much an overdose crisis as it is a poison drug crisis. And it disturbs me that we're talking about the need for additional treatment and therapy for people that use opioids, but we're not for people who use, say, booze and cigarettes, that have different addictions that just happen to be termed legal. So I don't know, while this has some good points to it, I'm a little bit worried about the kind of the implications of some of the wording. That's it.
Councillor Dominato. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move us to amendment queue. And Councillor Dominato, I'll put you back on. And Councillor Kirby-Yung. Go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, before I start your timer, Councillor Wiebe and Councillor Bly, is that a holdover or are you on the queue? My apologies. Just wanted
Should I go ahead, Madam Chair?
Now you may. Yes. Thanks.
Great, thanks. I'd like to support the amendment, and I think a couple of rationales. As many know, I've spoken on this before, that I do think we need a spectrum of supports and services, and that ranges from everything on the other end of the spectrum of prevention and early intervention through to harm reduction, to treatment, therapy, recovery options. And one of the things I really appreciate about Guy Felicella, if you've been following him and his work and his story, and is really to underscore one of the things that he, I think, has done an outstanding job of in articulating, in sharing his personal story, is that when we're having a conversation about harm reduction or safer supply or decriminalization, that those things are not at odds with also providing a range of options for people to seek potentially treatment or therapy or recovery. And of course, that journey varies for every person, and that we really need to meet people where they're at, and we need to walk with people. And so I think I appreciate this addition to the motion. I appreciate that the mayor has brought this motion forward as well. But I just wanted to underscore that these things are not at odds with each other, that it is really about that continuum, and recognizing that we have to meet people where they're at, and everyone's journey is different. But we really do need to have a range of options for people. And it's not just about, to Councillor Swanson's point, it's not just about opiates. In fact, we have serious issues when it comes to our legalized drugs of choice, that being alcohol and cigarettes, and actually has in fact killed many people as well. But I just want to acknowledge that, and I think I appreciate the spirit of the amendment. So thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide a quick comment in response to Councillor Swanson's remarks, which I appreciate, with respect to, legal substances such as alcohol. I think it's important to just remember the context that we're talking about this evening, which is really more illegal substances and illegal possession. And I think that treatment for alcohol is also very important. And I think council has taken some strong steps there. We see with the support of the new treatment center, with recovery on site, as well as sort of a continuum services and housing that's going to be located off of Clark Drive. And so I think that, one does not preclude the other, but I think that's sort of a different context in terms of the discussion around the illegal substances that we're currently having now. I just wanted to offer that. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have an amendment to the amendment
moved by Councillor Kirby-Yung, and Councillor Swanson took the words right out of my mind, actually, out of my head, and so I, in response to Councillor Swanson's comments, and I do appreciate the amendment brought forth by Councillor Kirby-Yung, I too feel that singling out an opiate overdose as the sort of broader intent of the motion, which the mayor brought forward, is really to look at decriminalization of small amounts of really all drugs. And so I think that it's more appropriate at this stage to really, in the spirit of this amendment, as I understand it from Councillor Kirby-Yung, is to really name that we are in fact dealing with a poisoned drug supply, and that this is not people who are accidentally taking too much. It's that they're being poisoned by what they're taking. And that certainly has a different, to me, it has a different intent, and it also further destigmatizes what's happening here, in that the people who are struggling with drug addiction are doing so by choice, and that they are not managing themselves well enough that they may fall into an overdose. So that is not what's happening, as I understand it. So I think this is hopefully an amendment that would be supported, and grateful to move it on for this council. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I'm going to move us to an amendment Q2. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to this? All right, seeing no one, I'm going to move us to a vote on the amendment to the amendment. Please vote on screen, Council.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair. I need to vote assist.
Okay, and
in support.
Okay, Councillor Carr, you would like a vote assist in support. All right.
I will just note.
Yes.
I'll just note, Chair, that the language that was submitted does say poison drug supply crisis.
Is this in a point of privilege, Councillor Bly?
I think
we're
well,
voting.
it's a point of order, I guess, because it seemed to be missing a word. There we go. I see it added now.
But we are voting. So the only thing that is allowed when voting is a point of privilege. If it's incorrect on the screen, please call a point of privilege.
Fine. I'll withdraw. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and Councillor Carr, I understood it was in favor. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, just wanted to check. And that passes with unanimous support. Okay, and back to the amended amendment. Councillor Bly.
I'm in support of the amendment. I appreciate Councillor Kirby-Yung assigning the mayor to advocate on our behalf for this important initiative. So very supportive. Thank you.
Okay, and then thank you. I will now call a vote on the amended amendment. Council, please vote on screen. If you need a vote assist.
Point of privilege for a vote assist.
Okay, and
in support, it's
in
Councillor
support. Okay. Councillor Carr. Thank you. And that passes with unanimous support. And now we are back to the amended motion. And Councillor Dominato, was that a holdover on the queue?
It's a holdover from the speaking to the amendment. Thanks.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
That's a holdover, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Stewart, did you want to close? It is your motion. That's customary. There are councillors on the queue after you, so I leave that.
Sure, I'll pull myself off and then see other folks. Maybe there's other amendments or things to come. So I'll just thanks. I'll just.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. To the motion as amended.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to support this motion. We've had de facto decriminalization in Vancouver for many years, as we know, but naming it and passing it up the line to the ultimate decision maker on this, which will be the federal government, I think is the right thing to do. In the meantime, we have to seek a balance between the four pillars approach, which I'll continue to advocate for. And there is a role in this as long as that supply, as we don't have safe supply and we are still dealing with the trafficking, manufacturing, and sales of illegal drugs, we will still have to continue to deal with the crime that comes out of that. I think we all want to get to a place where we don't have to worry about our cars being broken into anymore or having things stolen. And on the other side, people, I'm sure, that are needing of drugs and safe drugs, they don't want to be doing that. I'm sure it's not their idea of a good time. So again, I'm here happily to support this. This is one more step along the path until we get into a better balance, removing it from our criminal justice system. But I do point out there's a difference between possession of illegal substances and the property crime and the harm created that will still need to be dealt with. So as much as we can say this is a victory for decriminalization in the city of Vancouver today, the challenges are still well before us. But thank you.
Councillor Bly, to the motion as amended.
Thanks, Chair. So speaking in support of this motion and really appreciate the mayor and his leadership on this issue. I think he holds the correct seat to lead it in being the mayor of Vancouver. And as a rep, the rep, I guess, for the city at FCM, this gives me another doorway essentially to step through in advocating for a more just and a fair society for even those people that seem to be struggling on a few different levels. And the reason I bring that up is, you know, and this is, I guess, one thing that we have to really consider here is we all have personal experience on one level or another. And I can certainly tell you from my experience having a family member who was really was addicted and to drugs as coming out of late teens and had sort of experienced a series of trauma in teenage years and then fell to drug addiction. It was a moment where I was speaking to his mother that she said to me, "I just don't know what to do anymore." And I don't know why I thought this, but I just did, and I shared with her, I think the only thing you can do is go and climb up onto his bed with him and lie down with him and be with him as he is, as the person who is choosing to use drugs right now in his life. And it was what changed the conversation for that young man at that time that had him seek treatment, that had him seek supports. And he did it because he was loved as he was for who he was at that moment. And he felt that. So I will forever stand up and beat this drum on behalf of this council at FCM. And there are a lot of people who do not see it that way across the country because of that story, because of that's my lived experience watching somebody and witnessing what happened when they were loved. And he chose to stop using drugs and has gone on to have a family and have businesses and own his home and do other things. And I could really feel that in Guy's presentation to the council tonight. So I guess I just shared that. I've thought about it over the years that we've talked about safe supply, but I felt like this is a really important piece because to me, decriminalization is about destigmatization at the end of the day. That's what it's about. And we need to see everybody in their own choices and love them anyways. And so to have anybody cast any moral judgment on anybody that makes a choice for their own life is on the person who cast the judgment, not on the person who's choosing their life at whatever stage they're at. So given that, I want to acknowledge that this is not a silver bullet, and we've heard that, but it is absolutely necessary. And it's necessary for everybody, for society, to become more into balance, as Councillor Hardwick says. So we have to continue to push for safe supply for these reasons. And we have to recognize that as a society, we have a responsibility to love people for whatever choices they make at any time in their life. And that's our responsibility as human beings. And we get the privilege as City Council to stand up and make that decision today. And councils before us have done the same thing. And it's our turn today. And it will be our turn again in the future. So I'm very proud to be on this council, to be at this moment where we get to say that we support this if this is what is the will of council. But I certainly do and will continue to. That's all from me. Thank you.
Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, and I stand with Rebecca. Really appreciate the words I've heard around this council and heard from the public. I think it's been interesting to hear the debate change quite a bit recently. And today's speakers that came and spoke to us really had a different tone. And I think we've really come a long way, and I really appreciate this council having this discussion. I will be very supportive of the work that's happening here. I recognize that the stigma has hurt so many. And like Bly said, each one of us has a connection. I think this is a city that's gone through a significant crisis. And so obviously my brother had a lot of doors shut on him, being a user and trying to get mental health help. And I think that as we move this dialogue forward, there's so many people we can help, hug, and of our neighbors, friends, and family. So I will be supportive. I really appreciate the mayor and others who have continued to bring this to where it is. And this is only one step. We need to continue to advocate as a council. We continue to need all the speakers that spoke to us today to continue to be louder and louder voices as we work on this together. And so we'll be supportive. Thank you.
Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I'll start by saying thank you to the mayor for bringing forward this motion, as well as all the speakers who called in to speak to this motion. I think it's a really important dialogue. And to the point that's been highlighted and reemphasized is that we are dealing with a tainted drug supply. And there have been thousands of deaths from overdoses, and here we are in the middle of a pandemic, and radically different numbers in terms, and we really need to grapple with this as a society. And Ian Waddell talked about earlier here we are talking about decriminalization and the opportunity in that lies, and it's definitely the right move in my view. But I certainly think he's right that we have to bring the public along in these discussions. And I think at some stage we'll be talking about legalization and really acknowledging, and to Councillor Wiebe's point, there are enormous barriers to individuals who are struggling with addiction, and we need to have a different way of moving forward. And certainly these are not criminal issues. This is a health crisis. These are health issues. And there is an enormous amount of stigma. And if this helps eliminate some of that stigma, I'm supportive of it. And we need to take steps to address these concerns. And so I'm supportive of the motion, supportive of the intent, appreciate that that VPD has largely been acting in this way in terms of practice and not moving on personal possession. But I think that it is a stronger signal to seek this exemption, and appreciate that, and that there is also that support from a wide range of organizations who've reached out as part of this motion. So thank you for bringing it forward, and happy to support it.
Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I want to thank the speakers. We've had quite some times when we've had different topics, we've had really eloquent speakers, but I think the speakers today really outdid themselves. And I would urge anybody who's watching this to wait a couple days and then go to the city's website for 3:30 on November 25th to learn firsthand about drug poisoning crisis from the real experts. I thought those speakers were so amazing. Chris Livingston talking about ramping up the other supports like the Sweet Grass Patrol. Nicole Luongo talking about medical social control that people who use drugs have to deal with. One person said we need to respond to the poison drugs like we respond to COVID. when we were dealing with the OPS site in Yaletown, we got a lot of emails and there were a lot of speakers to that motion. And a lot of them said one of the problems was that people used illegal drugs. And to them, it was a stigma that the drugs were illegal. In fact, some of them didn't even want to see people using drugs. There's that much stigma around drug use. So I think anything that we can do to reduce the stigma is great. Over and over again, the speakers told us nothing about us without us, that we shouldn't be making decisions about people who use drugs without listening to and doing what the people who use drugs say. And I think that needs to be our mantra, nothing about us without us. Karen Ward pointed out that this could actually help doctors feel safer or feel better about prescribing safe supply. So that could be a concrete way that this motion could actually help prevent deaths. And then she said, if people who speak for themselves and have control over our lives, that's actually recovery. I thought that was really profound, and I think it could actually apply to homelessness too. So this motion is just one step. I hope we'll follow up with the next steps. Donald McPherson had some ideas for those next steps. If we can stop these deaths and recognize the people who use drugs for all their humanity, we'll be doing good. And so I support the motion, and I know this council will too, and I hope we can go farther and actually stop the deaths.
Is that all, Councillor Swanson? Just wanted to make sure I wasn't cutting you off there. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd just like to thank the mayor for taking the lead, for doing the work with federal government officials to feel confident in moving this forward. And I think that is a bold and wonderful move. And thank you to the speakers. As mentioned by Councillor Swanson, they were eloquent, they were clear, they were passionate, informative, and it was truly inspiring to hear those speakers. Really, I think this is a recognition that we have a poison drug supply crisis in this city. I've been on council for 9 years, and I have heard Dr. Daly talk about that poison drug supply as the problem and the need for a safe drug supply, and this is a move in that direction. Today we were cited that the new coroner's update was out for last month's statistics, 162 illicit drug overdose deaths, 5 per day. The 5th month with over 160 deaths. The 8th month over 100 deaths. As I say, truly a crisis. Decriminalization to me is about justice. It's about fairness. It's about compassion. It is about a logical route forward to decrease and start to mitigate this poison drug supply. Yes, it decreases stigma, but the access to a safe supply was something I was very happy to ask Karen Ward about, who verified that drugs being illegal does decrease people's access because doctors are less willing to prescribe that safe supply of drugs. So this is very much a step in the right direction around that. And I'm just very proud to be on this council, hearing all of my fellow councillors speak so equally passionately about this, and to realize that we will once again put Vancouver in the lead on this issue, which is a crisis, not just in our city, in our province, and in our country. So I just thank you all for your words too.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Fry? I can't hear you very well, Councillor Fry. I'm going to stop your timer. Perhaps it's just me.
You know what? It's just me. I have my
sorry.
thing
There we go.
flipped up.
Thanks
for pointing that out. Yeah, and just to echo what everybody else has said, I really am grateful for the speakers that we heard tonight, and the conversation. You know, it's interesting to reflect that it was about 20 years ago that then Mayor Philip Owen actually tried to move the dial on supervised injection services, and back in 2000. And of course, as we know, that didn't go well for him, and his own party actually turned on him in 2002. And it wasn't until Larry Campbell in 2003 that we saw supervised injection services here as the first city in North America here in Vancouver. And what a distance we've come since that time, because there was a lot of consternation around the idea. There was a lot of confusion. I remember well the conversations around supervised injection services and how intense that was, and how the dial has moved, and to a point now where we have our mayor, we have the health authority, we have our chief of police going with the National Association of Chiefs of Police advocating for what would have been unthinkable years ago in decriminalization. So, you know, ironically, over our dinner break, I ended up guest speaking on a webinar inspired by the mayor's motion, Decolonizing Drug Decriminalization Policy. And I was joined with the Canadian Psychedelic Association and Carlos Plazola and Larry Norris from Oakland, California, who are leaders of the U.S. decriminalization nature movement. And they're big proponents of entheogenic education, so plant-based medicine, ancient wisdoms, and they really sort of are all looking at what we're doing here with amazement and seeing it as this opportunity, because and Chris Livingston touched on this. There are plant medicines, there are traditional ancient wisdoms, things like the coca leaf, things like psilocybin, things that actually, and I really appreciate Councillor Kirby-Yung and Kirby-Young's amendment with Bly's amendment layered on top of it, because I think there are opportunities that this decriminalization for personal possession also opens up opportunities for alternative treatments and using plant-based medicines to really mitigate the potential harmful impacts of some of the toxic drug supply that we see today. So I think that there's a lot more that may well come of this when hopefully the feds act rapidly and grant us this ask. And just want to thank the speakers once again that took the time, and the generations of advocates that have been fighting for this. And of course, thanking the mayor for bringing it forward. That's it for me, Chair.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. I'll
Councillor Kirby-Yung?
sorry, can you hear me now?
I can. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'll be brief. I do appreciate this motion coming forward, and I think that formalized statements, they do matter, and they do carry weight. But I think it's, we have to recognize too that it's the nature of practice that in the past and what's transpired in the city that has allowed us to get to this point. I think what I want to really focus on moving forward is being realistic that we have a very serious health issue here in front of us, and it has existed for a long period of time, and it is not getting better. And the world may have been a bit, sorry, I'm losing my voice for a second. Sorry, sidetracked by the pandemic, but if it has shown us anything, it's shown us the ability to mobilize so dramatically and vociferously, if I can say that, when we do have a crisis on our hand and we do have a health crisis here. And I think that we need to be really realistic that we're still going to have a poison drug supply. People are still going to be purchasing their drugs from dealers until we can sort of expand safe supply and until we can provide additional treatment options. So I think that we have to recognize that we have to do more, and we have to be bold, and we have to provide people with a continuum of options so that we can give them pathways to sort of, a better place if that's where they choose to go. And I think it's really compelling when you hear from people like Guy Felica, who speaks really eloquently about that, because he's lived that experience. He's identified the challenges that he had in navigating through the system. And I think that's where the gaps are. And that's our job, to try to move people forward to that next step, because otherwise we are incrementally making change. And I think that we need to make exponentially more change. So I think those are my comments, and I'm hopeful that this council can take a really lead role in identifying those gaps and advocating for those. Thank you.
Thanks. And Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I am excited that we are this close to passing this motion, so I too will be brief, except to say, we heard repeatedly from so many powerful speakers the statement, nothing about us without us. And so, as others have done, want to just direct people towards the important statements that so many speakers made, rather than just my own words. And I'm particularly struck by lifting up that the most important thing is to stop people from dying. And also the key point around the importance of decriminalization in terms of destigmatization, and all of the shifts that happen when we stop thinking about drug use as a criminal justice issue. So I will actually just leave it at that. I am very enthusiastically supportive of this move, grateful to the mayor for the work he's already been doing and engaging necessary voices on this, and the huge number of powerful speakers who continue to lead on this issue, so that we can be well informed and make good decisions in the service of them and the communities most impacted. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. And Mayor Stewart, to close.
Thanks very much. Yeah, so having sat 7 years in Ottawa and on the various committees, I can't think of one night that I would sit there that would be as powerful as the nights we're seeing here, where we have people that are living and loving and losing and coming to us and saying, we have the answer and we just need you to do it. And that's how I felt all the way along, that this has always been a long-standing grassroots movement to push policymakers to do the right thing. And I'm really grateful to Council for providing the time for those voices, which are so essential. And I also think that this Council is really leading the country, and if not the continent, in terms of addressing this horrible plague that we have, which is causing so much trauma. And I really think that the debates that we have and the motions that we pass unanimously, I hope so tonight as well, are a powerful signal. And I think they're chipping away. And I really think that by all sticking together, we can do this and we can save lives. So thanks to Council for all the work you're putting into this, and also to staff for always supporting our political direction on this. So thanks everybody for your time tonight, and I'll absolutely, I have my first meeting on this tomorrow morning, so ready to get at it.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. And without further ado, I will call the vote on the amended motion. Please vote on screen, Council.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair, for a vote assist.
Yes.
In support.
Okay. Councillor Carr, so in support of the motion is amended. Okay. All right. And that passes with unanimous support. Okay, Council.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes, Councillor Weep. I'll put you on the, oh yes, sorry, go ahead.
Perfect. Earlier on today, I abstained from the sustaining Vancouver's Chinatown, the notice of council members motion B3. I stated yesterday the reasoning for it, but today I did not. So because the elements associated with Easy Park, I've stepped away for an abundance of caution due to my role as a director on Easy Park. And that is why I was in conflict for the notice of council motion B3 today.
Thanks very much, Councillor Weeb. What I will note just before we close off this meeting is I did note that you had mentioned that yesterday, and I understood that that was your intention in council before the motion was referred. And we did. I'd just like to check with the clerk, but I understand that for that vote, you were recorded as declaring a conflict. Is that correct?
That's correct, but I was told that it would be
Okay,
helpful to
thanks.
have it in the records for the minutes.
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. I just wanted to make sure that it was noted that you had done that before also. So thank you very much, Council, and I understand that's all. So could I have a motion to just a moment. We'll have a motion to adjourn, and then I just want to remind council that we will afterwards be reconvening in council. So, motion to adjourn from Councillor Hardwick. All in favor?
Aye.
Yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? Hearing none opposed, this meeting of the Standing Committee of City Finance and Services is adjourned. Over to you, Mayor Stewart, to reconvene in regular council.
Thanks very much, Council. I'll just make this quick. We're now convening in Council to deal with the recommendations from today's Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Can we have the roll call, please, Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Stewart in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DiGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Oh. A wave will do.
Sorry, I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Weeb.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
And Councillor Kirby Young.
Present.
Mayor Stewart, the meeting has quorum.
Great, thanks so much. We need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations for items 1 to 6. Thank you. Seconder?
Second, Councillor Carr.
Thanks. We need yeas and nays. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great, that motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We also need to approve bylaw 1, which is subject to approval of item 2 on the Standing Committee agenda. Someone like to move that motion to adopt bylaw 1?
Sure.
So
Fry.
Fry, I heard Councillor DeGenova second. Is there any discussion on this bylaw 1? I'm just gonna, sorry, I don't have the cue, so I would take a verbal cue.
My apologies, Mayor Stewart. I think the clerk can help with that, but
Okay, I'll just ask if there's anybody on the queue. If there isn't,
There is no one on the queue, Mayor Stewart.
Great, we'll go for yays and nays. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Thanks very much. That motion carries unanimously. The list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Now we can move to a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Councillor Hardwick, seconded by Councillor DeGenova. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Great. Thanks very much. That carries unanimously. This meeting is now adjourned, and we'll see council, I believe, tomorrow at 3 for our in-camera meeting. Okay. Thanks very much, everybody. Have a great night.
Thank you, everyone.
Everybody.
Thank you, staff, clerks.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Night.